Everyone, for a certain definition of everyone. How's it going? It's me, Tessa, clamoring behind the microphone. Here, let me send out an announcement. There we go. All right. I'm getting this stuff sent out. If anybody shows up while I'm looking at my phone because I'm getting this stuff sent out, like, for example, Rbeat. Oh, hang on. Hi, Rbeat. Hi, Practical. How's it going? I'm just getting everything sent out. I'm very sorry that it took me so long to go live today. I had fucking shit going on. Rest assured. Hi, Bram. Hi, Ellen. Hi, Beans. Okay, good, Bram. I'm glad it's cosmically aligned such that you showed up at the appropriate juncture. I'm glad. I would hate to go live and not have Bram watching me. That would really be a fate worse than death. That's right, Entrots. Yeah, unfortunately not on this occasion, Artbeat. Although I did anticipate that that might be one interpretation of my explanation. Wow, there's so many Asians in that. Blue sky, there we go. Hi, Model View Gary, how's it going? Okay. Turn it up, crank it, this song fucking whips. You know, I don't disagree that Apollo Justice has some really good tunes. It's just that I think that, I don't know. Apollo Justice exceeds in High Satellite Siren in like a really, really good average level of music quality. Because like the average quality of all the tracks is very high. I think that the other Phoenix Wright games, which might have some less catchy tracks, may exceed in each category Apollo Justice in its tracks. Like, I'm not sure that the Apollo Justice trial theme is my favorite trial theme. Anyway. Yeah, Bram, that's because they modeled him off of me. I forgot to type out an announcement for Blue Sky, so that's what's happening now. But now it is typed out, and now it's sent, and now I can actually just talk to you guys. I noticed when I opened the Twitch app to post my Twitch story, which is undoubtedly how a majority of my viewers come to my stream once it's announced, Twitch stories no longer appear for me automatically at the top of the app. I actually had to open the app and then swipe up in order to see the bar of stories. That's interesting. I wonder if nobody's using them. Thank you, Bram. Oh, I'm sorry that happened to you, Queen Dodongo. I recently learned, because I usually watch Twitch on... I don't know why this didn't happen. I don't know if it's because I have an ad block installed on my computer, but I didn't know Twitch could, like, put a wraparound ad around the entire stream. I don't know if this was like a recent implementation. The other night I was watching, or if that's something that you can say for them to do or not do. The other night I was watching my roommate cast a game of not Overwatch, and there was that, like, an entire wraparound ad all over the entire thing. Rest assured, viewer, that I do as much as is possible to minimize the number of ads you see on my stream. That being said, I can't do anything about the ad when you first show up. That one I don't get to turn off. Or I guess there would be no incentive to sub for me. That's the incentive to sub for me. Really, the sub is just like, you can give me some money at a regular interval. Because God knows, like, I don't do, like, the interstitial ads. When you become an affiliate, you should know, in case you ever find... Oh no, Bremy, what happened with Lana? I mean, we knew she was fucking a cop. Or a MAGA guy this time, I don't know. Lana Del Rey. What happened to her? What happened? Oh, they got married. Okay, that's none of my business. I don't give a shit. Listen, a lot of people do that. Maybe she'll come to regret it. Maybe she won't. I don't really give a shit. She wrote a really good song about having sex with a scumbag guy, though. Anyway, more to my point. If you guys ever find yourself watching a different streamer, Satellite Siren, thank you so much for the 2 gift subs. I hope HC Justin and Brolar Dandagillum enjoy them. If you guys ever find yourself watching a different stream and you maybe feel grumbly towards them for having those interstitial ads, please know that when you become a Twitch affiliate, Twitch automatically turns those on. And if you try to turn them off, threatens you with how much less money you'll make if you don't have them on. I don't have them on because I have no faith that you guys would continue to watch me if I made you sit through a Taco Bell ad in the middle of my game. But I understand why people do it. Oh, weird, Queen Dodongo. I'm sure you can refresh that. Also, you'll be punished for watching another streamer besides Tessa. Maddox Existential Ken, thank you for the $5 donation. And Bremy, that's not true. I love all streamers on twitch.tv. Please do a guest stream with me that is not through the dumbass knock function that they put in that nobody uses. I forget who I raided into. Or maybe I was like watching someone raid. And then Twitch popped up like, hey, do you want to use the knock function? And they're like, fuck no, that's rude. Josh Areno. Yeah, I don't know. I do my best. You know, this is why I have a donate bar. Maybe if I ran ads, I wouldn't need to have the donate bar. But also, would I have enough viewers to make money off those ads if I was running them? I don't know. Arby, I wasn't like excluding their name in order to be polite. I just don't remember who said that on their stream. Bing. Listen, I raid into a lot of people, okay? I can't keep track of every person I raid into at the end of every stream. I mean, let's be reasonable. Do I fuck with Northern Lion? I mean, no, do I fuck with him? I don't post in his chat because he would never see it. I don't know. I don't have any grudge against the man. He seems fine. Thank you, Practical Aviation Cat. Yeah, I also mainly watch Tessa and Barry. Well, one of them. Okay, that was Ricky Peacock. Can you get departnered and de-affiliated from Twitch? I think so. If your viewership gets low enough, you can lose affiliacy. I am unclear on the terms of partnership at this point. So maybe it's a good thing that my viewership is like only half of what it would need to be in order to get me to partner. Because it used to be that you were not permitted to stream on other platforms if you had Twitch partner. And indeed, I know a streamer who lost Twitch partner because he started streaming on, in his case specifically, it was Facebook. Amber has told me that they have since changed that and you can stream on other platforms even if you are a partner, so I don't know how it works now. That is at one point how it used to work. No, yeah, Bram, don't say do you want to find out. It sounds like you're threatening to withhold viewership. Also, thanks, Bram. Oh no, it's just, Twitch viewership is hard to maintain, and the best way to do it is have a lot of guests on, and having a lot of guests on is a lot of work. But I am doing a subathon on Monday, and that'll be great, and I will have some guests on, at least one of whom is a streamer, being my girlfriend, Barry. Yeah, I can do more guest spots moving forward, but I don't really care about analytics because the best part of the job is just getting to spend time with you, the viewer. Speaking of spending time with you, the viewer, I have my treats. That's upside down. I have my treats. You can see that this side is getting chroma keyed out for some reason. It's not even that green. Whatever. And I have my water, and my beautiful girlfriend, Amber, is going to bring me a big float, ice cream float at some point today, and that's going to be great. Glimmerous Fop, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I'm very grateful. I do too, Ellen. Amber was looking really hot last night. I don't know if she posted a selfie of herself because I was otherwise engaged, but she went out with some friends to a show, and she looked really good. What can I say? Money has been a little less tight for her recently, which I'm super happy about. And she got herself some new jewelry and was feeling really good about herself. And that made me feel good about me, too, by proxy. I picked up a contact buzz from her positive self-esteem. And so hopefully she'll be very happy to join me on stream on Monday. That's going to be great. Okay, it doesn't look like she posted any hot selfies of herself last night. That's fine. I mean, I didn't need to see them. I already saw her in person. I just thought you might appreciate seeing them, viewer. Oh, nice, RB. Amber should sit in a large chair behind me for the stream. I mean, we have like a folding chair that she will be sitting in. I actually don't know what happened to it. It used to be here by my desk. Amber removed it to somewhere because she had use of it elsewhere. And I don't know where it is now, but that is probably the chair that we will be using for my guests. Hello, Kringus. Nice, Maddox, yeah. God. That's right, Entrots. We actually don't have one of those here. When I moved in, I requested that they be removed. Okay, I'm gonna, well, no, here. Let me keep playing the music, because I have to set up the green screen and stuff. But I'm gonna start playing the video game Apollo Justice. Oh, Keylight, you sure do fucking suck to try to position. Do I have any outstanding squats, by the way? I feel like I might have been bad on stream last week and racked up some. Oh, that's a little nub, is it? No, what the fuck is this? What is this here? Oh, that's just the sheet. Okay, that's fine. It's cool that I can start streaming with a green screen down and then raise it up later. Having to unplug the purple light is a little annoying. I didn't have to do that at my old place. What are you gonna do? Yeah! Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, thank you, Rbeat, for keeping track of those. I appreciate that. That's a bed. Thank you, Bremy. I actually didn't recognize it. I've been sleeping on the floor for the last 3 weeks. Yeah, Bremy, or some such. Yeah, it allows me to walk to the closet and for my viewers to be completely normal about their closet. Can I say this? I'll just say it. I don't know. People were, I somehow got the impression when I stood up to walk to the closet at the beginning of my last stream that people were looking at my ass. And I did review the footage to look at my own ass. I found that indeed I was looking at my ass. I will say that image of myself for the first time made me more sympathetic to the arguments of those who have told me before that it might balance out my figure if I got implants. Hi, Barry. Oh my god, why is my controller like sticky? I must have been sweating into it last time. Oh hey, Clavier, what's good? Slab, don't even trip, don't worry about it. This guy, so this guy is like the worst kind of musician. This guy is like a square, he belongs to a literal cop band, like not even a band that dresses up in cop uniforms and condones fascism, but he's literally the district attorney and prosecutor in this game, which makes him like one of the most least tolerable human beings on the face of the planet. Corbett also, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Barry. Practical, Barry can tell me that. Barry is dating me. She lives in my house and brings me delicious food while I'm streaming. Also, Barry, if you do bring me a float, you can put some alcohol in it if you want, because I actually did not take my anxiety medication. What's up, Clavier? I didn't even talk to this cunt last time. Okay. Ellen, I don't know if you were here for it, but on at least one of the previous Apollo Justice streams, somebody suggested that Apollo might be transmasked because he does voice training every morning before the trial. About the crime. Right. I'm sorry, a refresher for the viewer, although they might be about to do a refresher themselves. So we're at a concert, this guy's band, he's Clavier Gavin, his band is the Gaviners. It's extremely stupid. And he invited this, like, famous foreign operetta to come perform at his concert. And they did, like, a little number in which his guitar caught on fire for some reason. There's, like, a bomb planted in it that didn't go off or something. And then outside the concert, in one of the dressing rooms, this dude was killed. His name is... Now, you'll notice that it just says Latouche on the top. Instead of his full name. And that is because his full name is Romain Latouche. And they didn't want you to remember that. Now, in Ace Attorney games, one is used to encountering characters whose names are puns. Indeed, we encountered at least one of them during the previous case. So, the idea of a man having a ridiculous name is not out of the question. That being said, this guy is not like a greengrocer, he is not a farmer, he doesn't have green hair in the shape of a lettuce, so I have no earthly idea why this character is just named Romaine Lettuce. But he is, and he got killed. I wonder what his name is in Japanese. And this is Darian. And he is a cop. They're all cops. It's the cringest band. I was telling Barry, I don't know how these motherfuckers find anyone to perform with them ever. He does have green eyes. Like, every other band that is trying to maintain any sort of anti-authority credibility, it's like, hey, do you want to play with a band that's literally all active duty police officers? About the crime. Which crimes you mean? Murder, what else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. He loves to talk about his hog. Yeah, I have been having problems with my hog lately. Anyway, yes, Ellen, his hog. I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Lutus than I do. Well, now at least. Huh? You were the one who found the body, yeah? Yeah, and Apollo and Trucy have been investigating, even though, first of all, the defense attorneys aren't supposed to investigate ever, but also, they're not even defending anyone yet. They were just there when it happened. While we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? No, that is beneath me. I leave that up to Fräulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. I noticed that when she started calling him homophobic slurs. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. Hi, Vega! Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found. Fucking totally. Let me ask you about your cool band. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising. Why, even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. You know, Clavier, that's a good point. Yeah, I know America exists. The Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police? The real police. By day, they pack heat, but by night, they heat up the stage. By day, those lips interrogate. By night, they sing songs of unrequited passion. By day, they beat suspects into unconsciousness or worse. By day, they shoot dogs. Yeah, okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 Years Hard Time for Love. It is Entrance. And then Love with No Chance of Parole, and My Boyfriend is the Prosecution's Witness. But the lead singer is a man, so I guess that just demonstrates Clavier's homosexuality beyond a shadow of a doubt. Thank you, Lockshield, for the 2 months. Yes, they are cop rock. Ellen, there are a bunch of pieces of dialogue in the last stream that were apparently quotes from songs by the Police, because I would read them out and my chat would go like, oh my god, we get it. And I was like, I'd be like, what? What? I don't, what is it? The list of hits goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. It's a bit of a rogue, really. Yeah, and this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I'd hope murder would be a little more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today, a disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who missed the cue. Entrats. I don't think we have the picture in the court record right now, but his hair is modeled after his older brother's hair. His older brother was Apollo's law mentor and the chair, what do they call them? Partner, like the founding partner of his firm. He was at like the Gavin Law Offices. And then during the first case of this game, Apollo and Phoenix Wright, who's the defendant, implicated Clavier's older brother, Kristoff, in a crime. So now he's in jail. Honestly, Clavier seems like he's enjoying a lot of success despite his brother having been, like, presumably, maybe not nationally disgraced, but highly publicly disgraced and imprisoned for murder. Oh, that's true. And Trotz might have meant Darian's, yeah. That's a much better question. I don't have an answer for that. The missed Q, they were arguing about that before. Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. What's this missed Q you keep talking about?
You heard it, didn't you? From the audience?
Actually, I didn't notice anything.
See, no amateur's gonna pick up on that. Watch my hair bounce back and forth.
They used to animate that. Okay, there it is. It is in a loop. Here, let me wait for it again. It curls back up. It's got a bit of a hook to the left.
Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No, now take a listen to this.
What's that?
A mixing board. We used it to record a concert tonight.
Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. This is really peak, the protagonists do not have a motivation storytelling. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. Wow, look at this Nintendo DS ass UI.
This is but one of the devices used in recordings.
It's true, Garrulous.
We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. You use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out! You used to be able to do this with the stylus on the DS, but you can't do this anymore.
Wow, neat! So, could you say, hear only the drum part?
Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight.
I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people.
You won't help on the case? Then help me with mine.
I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting.
Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. Simply choose a section of the song you wish to hear at the uppermost bar. Like so. There it is. Now listen.
Okay. Was something wrong?
You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely.
I'm sure... the timing's a little off, isn't it?
You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect. Here he goes again. Listen, man, I'm really trying to migrate away from cop into music. Right. Herr Amateur, you will prove my point. Huh?
Me?
You will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part, is the guilty party. But how? Why not just explain it? Move the sliders with left stick and... left stick up and left stick down to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with left stick left and left stick right. Thank you. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears.
Nothing to do with Try Apollo.
I guess. I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. First, a quick review.
Yes, no, you just fucking told me. And use left stick left and left stick right to switch parts, right? Got it.
Once you found the guilty party, press Y to point it out. Time to rock.
You know it is, Garrulous. All right. They already said it was in the last quarter of the song. No, no, no. That sounded fine to me. No, no, no. Oh, okay. I can hear how that fucked up. but I couldn't fucking hear it under the rest of the music, man. This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian! You're out of the band!
Ah, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Yeah, I missed that cue because I was out killing people.
Ah, well, that's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian.
There they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. Mixing board added to the court record. I still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? I mean, that is the least fucked up thing about their band, Apollo. Check it out, I'm a defense attorney.
Herr Forehead.
Yeah?
Understand that I'm not Prosecutor Gavin now. I'm the lead vocal of the Gaviners. That badge sings a different song, on a different stage.
Right. I wish I had an alter ego to hide behind sometimes. Apollo is so gay for clavier, it's not even funny.
I wrote those lyrics, you know. So it was Lemera who gave them life.
Wow, that's beautiful. Ugh, maybe I should try to write some lyrics someday. He's so fucking jealous.
Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk about that right now. Even I can only take so much in one day.
It's funny, I always thought of Prosecutor Gavin as one of those cool stoic types. Yeah? Is that what you thought about Prosecutor Gavin, Apollo? That he was cool and stoic? Sort that never complains. How wrong I was. Okay. Maybe I should try having sex with men someday. And hopefully Entrots. He is a defense attorney. Okay, he has nothing to... Oh, wait. Does it look familiar? Right, this is his fucking keyring.
Familiar? It's mine. That's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it.
What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo! How can you make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was right. Romain Latouche had it clenched in his fist when we found his body. Yeah, I know.
Thanks anyway. So where did you find it?
Yeah, actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. Hi, MK.
What? The victim, you mean Mr. Latouche had my keys?
Indeed.
When will my trials be over?
Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give her that. Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Emma was right when she called him a faggot. Tell us about your troubles today.
I really don't think that's...
Tell us! And we'll keep mum about the keyring for now.
Are you blackmailing me, Fräulein?
Okay, he's not in the mood to talk about that right now. Okay, cool. Must drink water. I'm already getting dehydrated here. Phoenix Rate streams take a lot of water. Oh my god, there we go. Gavin's troubles. So you were saying something about your motorcycle not starting?
No, I said mine hog.
And something about your guitar case being busted?
You're well informed.
You mentioned it a few times.
Ugh. It all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault.
A keyring?
It's got all my keys on it, yeah. My bike key, my car key, and the keys to my guitar case.
Wait, so this keyring...
disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket.
Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared. For some reason, I have an easier time doing the German accent when I'm not reading the line. So I have to like glance at it and get an impression of the line and then look away.
I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock.
Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... Hi, Pseudo Natural. Klavier is a weird-ass name. I did not understand that it was German for piano. I thought it was just a German name. But, like, obviously Christoph is a name that I had encountered outside of the context of this game since I played it. This game is probably the first place I saw the name Christoph, because I played the game when I was a kid. But yeah, I just thought that Klavier was also a name. MK, are you saying that Christoph is a name?
The very one, up in flames. And right on stage, too.
I actually thought that was part of the show.
Crazy! And to top it off, Mr. Latous's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these.
Strange days indeed. You think? Was that almost referencing the opening of Friends, like they did earlier in this game? What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Latouche dies.
Yes, and?
Could it all really be just a coincidence?
Coincidence? Meaning? Darian, can you make any sense for this?
Hey, don't look at me.
What do you think, Apollo?
Huh?
I mean, pseudo-natural. It could be like, it could mean harpsichord in some German-speaking countries. I assume it's like the first element in, I don't know. I've heard clave in the names of instruments before. I think he is supposed to be a shark Ellen, yes, because of his shark collar on his jumpsuit. I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned.
You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fräulein?
I am.
What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here.
Spike.
The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Thank you, Stream Elements. MK told me to get a new CPU. We just recently raised money to upgrade me to a new SSD for my C drive, and that's gonna be really good. And with this CPU, I'll have like a real top-of-the-line machine that I will not have to upgrade for the foreseeable future, which would be really, really nice. I like having a working computer. I feel like most people go through life with a broke-ass, a bum-ass computer that steadily gets more and more broken because they don't have an MK to help them upgrade or fix it. I'm very privileged that I don't have to live that kind of life, but it does still cost money to upgrade. I know, right, Trap Pilgrim? I thought somebody else was calling him Spike. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles today? Well... No? You haven't? I just don't see the connection, sorry. I haven't been a lawyer for that long. Well, don't just give up. Give it a little more thought. Wait, you don't mean this, do you? Oh. Are they all things mentioned in the lyrics? I did not read the lyrics. When you stole away the keys my heart held onto so tight. Pleasure, pleasure, but a fleeting melody wrapped itself around me, and now through the air I fly. We saw her fly through the air.
I've never seen a woman.
Flew. NRJ, thank you so much for the 7 months. Yeah, that would be cute, Vega. Yeah, if he was just dressed as Left Shark. You remember Epic Left Shark, 2016? Burning onto my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Right, the guitar caught on fire, and also Latouche got shot. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. Guitar, guitar. That's the only part of the song I don't like, because the melody is ba-na-na-na, and it works for the syllable stress. Sugar, sugar, pleasure, pleasure, because both of those words have the stress on the first syllable and not the second, so it works to start the phrase with, but guitar has the stress on the second syllable. So you have to say it like guitar, guitar, in order to make it work, and it sucks.
A lyrics sheet. The guitar's serenade. What's that got to do with anything?
It has everything to do with everything. So I wouldn't have believed it if the Fräulein hadn't pointed it out.
Right, then why are we down on Apollo for not noticing?
What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles.
Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fräulein?
I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song.
What? No way!
Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's listen to them. Let's list them in the order that they occurred. While reading this lyrics sheet. First, the keyring was stolen. And not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. You think the Japanese loanword isn't as strongly stressed on the second syllable, assuming the lyrics are the same in Japanese? If it's a loanword, then wouldn't the Japanese word be 3 syllables? Gitare. That's right here! When you stole away the keys my heart held onto so tight. This is a heart holding keys. And next, his guitar burst into flame. Burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away. The Japanese music specifically, and also like formal Japanese grammar, is very, very nitpicky about, I see Garrulous, about what counts as a syllable. I think a really great example to help explain this, I extremely don't speak German pseudo-natural. I know how to say like 5 German words and a couple phrases from Jedermann. Du bist mein Bull und Lebermann. And I know the words to 99 Luftballons. But thank you. Anyway, I was gonna say, Japanese is really specific about what counts as a syllable. A great place to hear that is in the opening lyrics to Cruel Angel's Thesis at the beginning of Evangelion. Because it's, no gist. I just have it tied up back here. It's Zankoku na tenshi no you ni. As opposed to, if you were saying it, it would just be Zankoku no tenshi no you ni. And so that zan and the yo would each just be like pronounced as if they were 1 syllable. But when you're dealing with poetry or songwriting in Japanese, they break those essentially diphthongs or syllables that end with a consonant, because syllables in Japanese can end with n, into separate syllables. N it's like is like its own syllable. So that's why it's za n koku na te n shi no yo u ni. Anyway, I'll bring back the game music now. And then Mr. Latouche was killed. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away. But that's crazy! Yeah, no kidding.
So everything that happened today here, the song predicted it all?
Yeah, or somebody did it on the model of the song, which, you know, actually makes sense.
Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based the crime on the lyrics.
But who would go through all that trouble?
Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you've stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fräulein.
She looks pleased.
The lyrics predicting the crime. Clavier?
Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me.
I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder.
The key might have been dropped by accident.
Its victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was a coincidence.
Or unconnected or something. I didn't read it. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. What did Bram say? I never saw Bram say anything. Oh, yeah, there it is. Trucy blep. Trucy, yeah, she does eto bleh. So the criminal matched their actions to these lyrics?
That sounds likely.
Why would anyone do that?
While we think about that, I'm gonna get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm gonna talk to the Burgundian embassy about this Mr. Latouche.
Thank God he was talking about the murder. I was like, you better be talking about the fucking murder, man.
Right. Thanks, Darian.
I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here.
He has a pretty cool ring. I hope I'm not gonna have to focus in on his habits at some point with my bracelet, because I do not remember him doing anything. There's like a few characters whose animations I remembered. I remembered the card shark, so what was her name? Olga Aurelies. And I didn't remember Alita's when I started looking at her sprite. But as soon as I saw the ring, I was like, oh, that shit 100% rotates. And I remember the nervous twitch of a character in this case and another character in the last case. But I'm sure there's more characters who do shit that I will not be able to notice.
A foreign national, Mr. Latouche, was killed. Seems that Seems like that would have been the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. You could even call it a murder mystery.
Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom.
I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves, yeah?
Yeah, I guess this is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lamorar to question. Prosecutor Gavin, know where Lamorar is now?
I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist, Machi Tobai, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Lutus's sudden passing.
I mean, no shit, he was her interpreter. The Gaviner's dressing room. Got it.
Now to listen back to the recording of the show, to find even more things to nitpick.
Oh, it's him again. Who's there? He showed up last time, too. There he goes again. Who is that guy? Probably the murderer.
Well, I'm the murdering magician. Don't mind if I do.
Huh? Trucy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. Has Streamhound's been announcing my subathon on Monday? I set a timer for that, but I don't know if it's happening. So he is a friend of yours. No, that's not it. Oh, sorry, I don't remember. Curiouser and curiouser. Arbeat. I forgot to change that text. Hang on, I am going to do that now. The subathon timer and command goes from announcing the subathon to explaining what it is once the subathon starts. Okay, the timer is active. I see, it's just taking its time before it actually procs. And commands, custom commands, subathon. Boom, there we go. Thank you, Arbeat. Lamorar.
What has happened? I heard that Mr. Lutus has died.
Lamorar, you speak fucking English this entire time? Why were you talking to us about... Why were you talking to us in hieroglyphics?
Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Virginia, but I am not Virginian by birth.
But wasn't Mr. Lutus your interpreter?
Yes, well, it was Mr. Lutus's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see.
Then your pianist is also... Hey, what's up? I'm not even blind.
No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Lutus? Why did he...
Hi, Brent. Actually, Mr. Lutus was... Trucy! Huh? Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. But Mr. Lutus is Lamorar's manager. That's not fair to her.
Yes, my personal translator was giving me marketing advice. Please don't question it.
I mean, isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect.
All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling.
I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Alright, Arbeat, I'll see if I can make it announce it regularly. Timers. Okay. Holy shit, has it been announcing September every 10 minutes? No. Okay, I have the intervals mixed up. Excuse me. It should be showing up now, though. Do you think I could ask you some questions? I'm not affiliated with the police, and we have no personal reason to be investigating either. We're just fucking nosy.
Of course, I'm always willing to help.
She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on it.
Well,
hey, Benny! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, raiders! Benny, I hope you had a good stream. My name's Tess. I'm streaming Apollo Justice. Hi, Duke Vulture. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamorar.
What is it, Machi? But you'd be alone.
What seems to be the problem?
Machi, he's not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be alright?
Sure, of course.
Thank you, Entrots. I was trying to do Animal Crossing speech.
Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about?
RV, you think he's the murderer? I genuinely do not remember who is guilty in this case. I don't even know if we've met them yet. He does have a cinnamon bun ass hair. He has like a wing on his head, as I think what that is supposed to be. I think Apollo is guilty. What a twist! I mean, they could do that. Really? Why are you not working at all? Okay, there we go.
This Republic of Borginia, that's in Northern Europe, right?
Then what the fuck country is it supposed to be? Northern Europe? What is it supposed to be, like Baltic or something? I've never even heard of it.
Yeah. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am.
You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano at a restaurant.
Producers tend to look for talent, Trucy. Lamarart, you're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here?
Well,
Oh, is that supposed to be a secret?
Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Yeah, like what the fuck kind of country is it supposed to be? Like, it's fine to just invent a country. Maybe Vega, she's like Finno-Ugric or something. Like, it's fine to just invent a country. You should not be beholden to only using countries that exist in real life. But the countries in Europe, like, have a really strong, like, linguisto-ethnic identity. Like, you have the Slavic countries and the Norse countries and the Baltic countries and shit. The Balkans. The hieroglyphs are an alternate universe Low German.
ah yes, it is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian in public. Image...
Image is important, I guess.
I'm sorry, Barry. She's not all Image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. And for the record, I think that the spirit of nationalism, which has, since the 18th century, caused Europeans to draw lines around themselves based on linguistic and projected ethnic differences, is a bad thing. But they do have that there.
A painter in what?
She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right?
You're very perceptive.
Oh no, my headphones. Okay, there we go. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act.
Are you owe me royalties? You may not do that. You did not consult with me.
I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I?
Stop while you're ahead, Trucy.
This landscape painter in sound too is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely aired.
They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Which doesn't make any sense.
Yes, in Bourguignon, la miroir means the siren.
Also, in French, it means something else. We're not going to talk about that right now.
I feel that perhaps already I'm not the siren I once was.
Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll.
He's very European.
Apollo, just call him gay.
I met him while singing in restaurants in Virginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite.
Right, pseudo-naturals, but they said that Borginia is in Northern Europe, which means like Norse or Finnic, Finno-Ugric, because Estonia is up there too, Finland and Estonia and Hungary, or Baltic.
Soon he came to live with me.
It's like a fairy tale almost. I notice he hardly leaves your side.
Yes, well, he is blind.
It's North Switzerland. I don't think North Switzerland counts as Northern Europe. Germany, which is north of North Switzerland, doesn't count as Northern Europe. No, it's okay, pseudo-naturals. It's a fictional language isolate, right?
Yes, well, he is blind.
Borginian, at least from its names, looks awfully French. That's none of my business.
At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English.
He doesn't speak English either, does he? I'm so focused in on doing the French accent, I actually notice when the name changes.
He had never left Virginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together are les miroirs. Together, always.
Wow, that's very sweet. Make Apollo French. Sacré bleu! Prosecutor Gavin!
Mr. Litus was my new manager.
Again, his name is Latus. He's from Borginia. Make him Greek. You know, the sad thing is I can't really do a good Greek accent. I was staying with my cousin Andreas in Thessaloniki for a week when I was in Greece. And by the end of that week, I did a pretty good job mimicking his accent. But that was in 2019. I haven't heard him speak since then. Completely left my mind. I know, right, Duke Vulture? Just do a gay voice close enough. Thanks, Barry. New?
Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come, I met Mr. Litus at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And, as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter? Even though you speak English?
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. With a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. So I fear that may have to be cancelled now.
Was Mr. Latus from the Republic of Virginia too?
Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there's much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Right, that's what I was thinking. They probably swapped him in the Japanese version. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't allowed to talk to anyone.
Mr. Latus was a talented man. The siren of the ballet. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that it has become so well known.
The siren. That's what he meant. Huh? Apollo? You are the siren, right, Lamirar?
That is the meaning of my name in Borginian, yes. It was the name my producer gave me. But why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Come on. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
When we found Mr. Latus, he was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Latus, can you hear me?
Ask witness.
Hang in there, Mr. Latus. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is this siren.
Don't worry about it, Garrulus. Don't worry about it. Sorry, my mic. He said siren? Really? I made Latus's voice French instead of Russian like it was originally when I was voicing him. Now that we've determined that I'm just using French for Borginia. But I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Latus said that? Ask the witness?
And you're the siren, Lamirar. Did you see what happened? Lamirar? Psyche locks show up. Well, I don't even have the Magatama for this.
Might I ask, are you with the police?
Yeah, well, no, I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? But there have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem? Yes, it's a problem for you.
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think.
But, Lamirar,
I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so.
There are no Detective Gumshoe games. Ace Attorney Investigations star Miles Edgeworth. Are we done there? Are we done with Lamirar? Oh my god. Apollo, look at that thing. It's huge. That's a TV.
Yeah, flat screen TV. I want one of those, apparently.
Okay, there's nobody else here. Here's Latouche. He's dead. Nothing new on the stage. I don't think we're done with Lamirar. I think I gotta show her some evidence. Aw, that's sweet, Barry. So much of this game is just silent.
Would you mind taking a look at this, Lamirar?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what to say. I wish I could help you.
Don't worry about it. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusals I've had.
Okay, she doesn't want to talk about the lyrics sheet. She doesn't want to talk about whatever the fuck this is. No one outside the investigation concerning any details of the case, thank you. She doesn't want to talk about the postcard picture of her.
Oh, that reminds me.
Right, we did find her brooch.
Does this brooch look familiar to you?
If I'm pronouncing it wrong, you guys gotta tell me. I don't know how to pronounce it.
My brooch? Yes. Well, it may be mine.
I have bad news for you, Barry. That stupid guitar is modeled after the police mascot in this world. Is it brooch? Okay. So, B-R-O-O-C-H and B-R-O-A-C-H are both brooch. It's pronounced Brock.
Yours, Lamirar?
This isn't the first time they've used that word in a Phoenix Wright game. I've never known how to pronounce it. Why don't they just spell it O-A in all cases? Anyway. French's fault.
I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it.
Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lamirar's.
Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it.
So this brooch belongs to her. It's gonna fuck me up every time I have to say it.
That begs the question.
Is something wrong, Apollo?
What was this brooch doing at the crime scene?
I mean, it was her fucking dressing room, dude. I don't think it's that surprising that her brooch was on the floor in it. Would you mind taking a look at this, Lamirar? How do you feel about the sound mixing during the concert? Did you also notice that what's-his-face missed his cue? Okay, she doesn't want to talk about it. Hopefully I can talk to her about the brooch now, though. No! Did I just need to show her that? Did I just need to get the dialogue? Okay, I just needed to show her that and get the dialogue.
Whoa! Who's there now?
Ah, it's you. Where were you?
Emma, you can't reclaim that. Is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual.
You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. Ah, this is all your fault, you know.
Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene.
What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? I was just in there like 3 seconds ago. Mr. Latouche's body has disappeared. What? July 8th, Lamirar's dressing room.
Ah, Prosecutor Gavin.
From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the bad news.
I heard Mr. Latouche's body had gone missing.
Look for yourself. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle.
How can you just stand there? We have to start the investigation.
There's no need for alarm, Fräulein Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later.
Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find him. I'm rather enjoying this.
How could Mr. Latusse's body just disappear?
Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but I moved Latusse's body into the freezer.
Yes, Darian?
See, Geeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room.
Geeter? Who's Geeter?
That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Again, I was just in there.
Your guitar was stolen?
This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters.
Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room.
Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man.
Well, this sure is a... what did he call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room.
Sorry, not much else I can say.
It's all right. Top priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snackoos should do the trick nicely.
Don't even trip, pseudonatural.
You should watch your sugar intake, Emma.
All right, let's examine where the body was lying just in case there's some extra evidence there that we didn't have before. Seems like this entire zone is probably one evidence section.
There should be a body here, but there's not.
Is it supposed to be like there was a hole here, it's gone now? Thank you, Stream Elements, that's true. Folks, NK is trying to help me upgrade my computer. We got a new SSD, now we're gonna get a new CPU. My computer is gonna be a real monster. I'd be very grateful for anything you guys could spare towards that effort. This is, after all, my job. Oh, the gun. It's now re-highlightable. A 45 caliber revolver. Very deadly. You know, Apollo, I was wondering, what's a caliber, and what does the 45 mean? Huh? You want me to tell you? It's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words. Bigger bullets do more damage.
Wow, chalk 1 point up for forensic science.
You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use, Ms. Science? Well, it's millimeter, right? Hush, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. I mean, it is millimeter, right, viewer? I'm not like a gun person. I have never fired a gun myself. It's 0.45 inches in this case, thanks NRJ. Are other ones millimeters? We're in the governor's dressing room. Lamarar is just straight up not here. Is this not Geeter? That guitar! That's the legendary AA400, the Red Badger.
I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic.
I guess 45 millimeters would be pretty fucking huge. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it.
Ah, the fickleness of youth.
You should dye your hair badger red too.
I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much.
Ah, the stubbornness of age. All right, well, what if Geeter is just like in here, or in here, or in here? There's a lot of fucking guitar cases around, man. Thank you for continuing to play the music. I wonder if the music is just bugged sometimes, and that's why so many screens in this game are silent. Andy Laley was like that. Oh, for some reason that focused in on the poster and not the guitar case. I'm just gonna click on all the guitar cases, even though they're also not guitar cases. Even though I think it would show me if there was something new to interact with there. July 8th, 12:57 a.m. in the wings. 12:57 a.m. Jesus. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. Do you see what it is, player? I'm not sure that's all important right now. Let's check out that thing in the middle of the stage. What? The huge platform? That stage there must have been lowered before. I thought it was up before, whatever. That's the tower that Lamorar and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. Stop whining and start climbing. It didn't look that high from below, really. When we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Eek! We found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. A body, guitar in hand, and the pianist Machi Tobai. I like his little outfit. July 8th, 10:09 a.m. Right to Anything Agency. Wow, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobai, the blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romaine Latouche. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Morning. Prosecutor Gavin? What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together in that night after all. Yet? The powers that be say that given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lemuroir was invited from Virginia as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That all the powers that be want, really. Those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Machi the only possible suspect? Her forehead. You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution. The enemy. Yeah, we seem to have forgotten that for the past, 2 hours of this case, man. Right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case. Especially not to the defense attorney. What? Did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. He? You mean Machi? Machi wants me? This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Yeah, right. Good luck. I'm off to question Lamorar. Right. Later. Hope I'm up to this. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. How are we gonna communicate with him? Machi, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you. Hi. Maybe you can tell me about last night. Yes, he is 1 year younger than her. Huh? That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this. In a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lamorar can help? Didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Good luck. Remember this flashback from literally 5 seconds ago? I'm off to question Lamorar. Well, what are we going to do? That's a good question. can't think of anything we can do but go on with this. And hope for the best at the trial tomorrow. Wait, what? We're just starting the trial? I don't have any fucking evidence! I mean, I guess I was there while it happened. July 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. There's at least 2 characters in this case who have not appeared yet. Or one that hasn't appeared and one who appeared but briefly, the mustache man.
Court is now in session for... how do I say that?
Much told by, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio? What the fuck? That's his nickname, what?
Right, his trial. Court is in session.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-okay, Herr Judge.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My opening statement, yeah?
No. Actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about.
Yes?
Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down.
What are you talking about?
Actually, I'm going to visit someone who's terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son.
The Chief Justice?
His son is afflicted with a most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems.
The pixie of the arpeggio. Ellen, we can't call Machi a fag because he's only 14. At that age, bullying isn't okay. But Gavin is like 24, so it's okay for us to call him a fag.
So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day.
Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? Because then they get into fights. She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Also, I'm only 22.
In any case...
Hi, Pixel Pixie.
I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, briefly.
You're in luck, Herr Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, review the victim in this case. Romain Lutus, age 35. The global manager for Diva songstress La Mirreur. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details.
The court accepts this into evidence.
Latus's autopsy report added to the court record. I guess Latus... People in this game are always labeled as way older than they look. I guess Latus could... Or no, way younger than they look, I mean. Like, this guy's only 33. I guess Latus could be a aged 35.
45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet.
However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved.
I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering.
Crime photo added to the court record. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. Yeah, Garrulus. This is where the bullets hit.
I see. The court accepts this evidence.
They tried to extract a bullet from him to check if it was a 45. Sounds like there wasn't a bullet in him, RB. Because the shot... I don't actually know if those holes in the wall came from his shooting. Because that is the kind of thing this game does. Is like have the... Oh, the holes are actually from a different... They were set up in advance to create the illusion that it happened at this time. But there was no bullet in him. Whatever he was shot by went through him.
If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use.
Really?
Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body.
The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in the dressing room. This dressing room has only one entrance, this door.
Mr. Latrice was the only person who could shoot himself in the back.
That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots.
He's talking about you and Emma, huh?
Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible! Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Machi Tobai. Only this defendant could have committed the crime? But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear.
Is that my beautiful girlfriend?
It is. I brought a modest amount of delicious green smoothie for you to try.
Thank you.
I think it fits your clean girl aesthetic.
I'm sure I'll love it.
Oh, here. Well, it's thick, so you just give it like a little.
Okay.
And then you slurp.
Thank you, baby. It's extremely... Here, guys, look. Here, let me pour this all over my keyboard.
It's very thick.
It's very thick.
It's made with frozen.
Oh, it's also being chroma keyed.
It is being chroma keyed, yes, because it's made with frozen fruit and stuff. But it's very tasty. It's very sweet.
Thank you, baby.
Is it good?
Yes, it's delicious.
Very good.
Wow, it does not look good with a chroma key. Here, Bram, I'll turn it off. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, I'll see here. Hi.
Here. See? It's bright green, not
Yeah.
semi-transparent and brown.
It's almond milk
Mhm.
and strawberry mango peach juice
Mm-hmm.
and frozen mangoes and frozen pineapples and frozen bananas and frozen spinach and kale.
Wow, that's so many things.
It is.
Yay! Thank you, baby.
Of course. Maybe just a little bit this time.
Why Stream Elements? Now that you mention it, I am having a subathon on Monday, September 30th, starting at 9 a.m. EST. What's up, Barry? Oh, okay. Barry's reading the chat.
Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand.
Emma! This is the first time we get to see her in court.
Your name and profession, please.
Emma Sky, I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night, whichever. Emma seems tired somehow.
Security at the concert, you say?
Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder.
Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know.
I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes.
In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was discovered very quickly, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony, if you would. Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please.
All right. Oh, that's our judge. Remember when he executed an innocent man? Haha. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. All right, well, let's talk more about that last point.
It was lucky the detective was the first on the scene.
But that door was the only way out of the room, right?
Why, one time I mistook a Yakuza with a cardboard badge for a defense attorney several feet shorter than him.
Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination.
Joom, joom. Yeah, okay, let's talk about why you think only Machi could have done it. An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer? Yeah, what is the reason? Yes, I'm sorry, I meant to hit left bumper. What's his name? Furio Tigre wasn't even a Yakuza. He was just a lone shark who had ties to the Yakuza. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack. And I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent.
Oh!
Objection!
But that air vent was too small! Who could possibly... Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child? It's really fucked up that they're trying a foreign minor who doesn't speak the language of this court system for murder. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed.
And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendants? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up towards the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime.
But that's just conjecture!
Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Hair Forehead.
And there is another vital piece of evidence.
Evidence? What?
Marks were found on the air vent grill. Traces that it had recently been opened.
Wait, what?
And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Machito Bai's fingerprints.
What? What?
Yeah, well, this is why you fucking... You're supposed to know all the evidence before you start the trial, so you don't get surprised.
I hit the wall. That air vent was the only way out of that room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Hair Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven. And that one is our pixie.
Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience.
So this was his decisive evidence.
Quite decisive indeed.
Oh, okay. We looped back around. Examine the scene, determine that the defendant was the only one who could have done it. Can I just, like, save the game and present the gun and be like, but he's a little kid and that gun would have broken his fucking arm?
Objection!
No, apparently not.
I don't see anything contradictory.
You sure about that?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations.
Okay, I guess I'll press the rest of the dialogue.
Hold it!
The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was a detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall.
Conspiracy?
Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case.
There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them?
Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect.
Emma looks pretty bad from the back.
Love, slow acting and new. A Torquinine is waiting for you. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? Every fucking Phoenix Wright character. The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task.
I see. I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean time on their hands?
Please, the testimony.
We were let in, though. Right, she said only people associated with security were allowed backstage.
I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you.
I gave the Fräulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again.
Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hangers-on tried to get backstage, but I drove them off.
So no other outsiders were there then.
And then, at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots.
I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots.
You were the one chatting. I was eating snackos.
Oh, hey, no snacking in court.
And you're sure the shots came from Lamoire's room?
Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this'll keep you quiet. Katonk.
Thanks. So, how about
Emma? We were right there. Hard to be mistaken about that.
Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time.
Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body.
rock? I'm not familiar with this genre.
Blaringly, yes.
When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right, when we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall.
They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage.
Yes, Ellen. Did it have to be so loud? Don't listen to the cavernous with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume.
When we walked into the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime.
You could hear that music playing.
Then everyone on stage for that song has an alibi. Everyone. Including myself.
Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation.
Feel the cop rock!
I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could have possibly left the crime scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. Ugh, it can't be over already!
Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence.
I tried to talk to you about how the gun is way too big for Machi to have used it, and you did not want to hear it. Come on. There we go.
The prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain.
Apollo, they've got us on the ropes already. We'd better come up with something quick.
I know. Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that, boom.
Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that could overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now.
You know, the thing is that you establish a witness list before the trial, usually.
This is it, and so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof. Call a witness. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure?
Absolutely. I swear on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, A Talk for Me, My Love. I'm gonna look up what that is.
It's a made-up poison that they invented for Phoenix Wright. Is that the same one that Dahlia Hawthorne used? There he goes again.
That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Oh, really now? But how did you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this.
You didn't tell anybody?
What's going on? I just talked to him, and now... He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold. So cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way.
Can't see.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who's the witness?
The witness is silent.
Oh, okay, just. It's the opposite of quinine. It makes you super susceptible to malaria. Just so, Ellen.
What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that?
All we know is what her forehead says, he said. It's not testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself.
But it's the truth! He said it! I even told you about it! But apparently you ignored me completely!
It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Jesus. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
Central Processing Gang, thank you so much for the $5 donation.
That's enough! Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps
Nope.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for.
Is that deliberate, like, misspeak?
A stiffer penalty than usual is called for?
Or did they just mean to type usually? Yeah, Brent.
Yeah, there's no backing out now!
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Lamiral?
Recall Mr. Latouche's last words.
The witness is silent.
See, here's the thing. He died before he could finish. He actually said the witness is Sirenia, which is the clade that includes manatees and dugongs, because there was a manatee in a tank off of the side of the dressing room.
Siren. Aha! He meant the siren.
That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lamirar. Lamirar was only on stage for the second set. And she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
My claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Ebiskai's cross-examination. Please show Lamirar to the witness stand.
Lamirar would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is.
Garrulus, there was a big-ass siren on the ceiling of the Governor's dressing room. That's not where the crime happened, though. It happened in Lamirar's dressing room.
It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom.
You are too kind.
You can speak English?
Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well! Have you spent time here before? How old are you? What's your number?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it.
Eh? What does she mean she doesn't know?
I too sought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course.
What's that?
Lamirar suffers from amnesia. Amnesia?
L'Emerald is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage.
Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. Garrulous!
As lauded singer Lamerar, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her, thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamirar.
Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I'm being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened.
Lamirar, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead officer was adamant that you stand.
I'm sorry, so you call him hair forehead not because he has a tall forehead because his hairline is receding, but because his forehead is wide? Like he's like a football head?
Oh my.
Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
I'm the bad guy.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
As for what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. I was honestly too distracted doing the accent to hear what she was saying.
There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be.
Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
Lamirar wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what.
Alright, as for what I saw nothing.
Oh, yeah? But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you.
Mr. Letus? How can I tell you what I don't know?
Lamirar, he said you were a witness with his dying words.
I do not know what he meant to say, but that night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did.
It was a great concert. I decided I'd like to hit on you now.
You heard me sing? Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination! You're out of line!
Fucking Clavier is always hitting on chicks. Cut me some slack.
If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me! One on my gavel would be nice.
Herr Judge,
What's this?
it's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving.
What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy!
Apparently his grandson is a big fan. Let us continue, shall we? If you would, Lamirar. Tell us what you did after your stellar performance.
I'm getting the W's are fucking me here. Swapping between the French and the German. Is French the W is pronounced like a W and German is pronounced like a V. They're fucking me up. Remember the time the judge wanted to fuck that witness? Or that other time the judge wanted to fuck that witness? Or that other time the judge wanted to fuck the defendant?
I did not return backstage after the second set.
Wait. You didn't return backstage once? Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was clearing up on stage, cleaning up actually, thus I can't tell the difference between an N and an R. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing.
And was Machi with you at the time?
Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Machi.
Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there.
With Machi, correct? How was he then?
He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Letus's death. Yet, he's not the type to show much emotion.
Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. He answers most questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far.
We sat there waiting.
Okay, you're told something that had happened, but you were not told the details. How was the incident explained to you? You're the one who explained it to her!
I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Letus died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
But Mr. Letus was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Machi and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you.
Yes, I understand.
Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine Lamirar lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? I don't know, what the fuck do I got, man? Oh, right, we found the brooch in not her dressing room. Did not return backstage after the second set. Boom. I'm sorry, Lamirar, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? I know how to pronounce it. Sorry, viewer, Tessa doesn't. Why, that's Lamirar's. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lamirar, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Oh! That's cute. That's a really cute animation for her veil to fly up and then shoot up and then like flutter back down.
What is the meaning of this? Lamirar, please explain.
Lamirar? She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here! Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Yeah, Fräulein says that I'm really hot and great prosecutor and that you fucking suck at this and she doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Is she talking about that? No, Ellen, no. Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Mr. Letus, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness. You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. I was on the way. This is like the third time they've shown this flashback in 10 minutes. Fuck's sake. The witness is the siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Yipes! Emma? What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close.
I looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you.
So this was when your brooch dropped. That explains that.
It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous! You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Her forehead. She has raised the possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked into the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. but the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Her forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ugh.
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamirar, you did look into that room though, right?
Yes?
Testify as to what you saw.
Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses.
We got the fucking bracelet active. That sucks. I can't examine every part of her body and every segment of testimony. For every section of testimony. Oh, okay. What's probably here, since this is the new testimony. Honestly, is this just objectionable on its own? It was partially behind the wall? Well, let's perceive some shit here. Aha! Your neck is undulating.
The late Mr. Latusse's body, you say?
Yes?
You know something more about Mr. Latusse's death than you're saying.
What?
I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Letus have to be shot?
One moment, Lamirar.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot?
Yes?
She was hiding something. I knew it.
Don't fucking worry about it, Pseudonatural.
Lamirar, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
Eh? How could that be?
Take this! Lamirar contradicted her own testimony, and I have the evidence to prove it.
Thank you, Stream Elements. It's true, I am doing a subathon on Monday. Guys, if you're watching, I hope you'll tune in for that.
Tell me, Lamirar, how did you know he had been shot?
Well,
Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving it. In your testimony, you told the court, "No one told me anything about the incident." Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Latus had been shot. How could you have known?
York! That's how they curse in Borginia.
Lamirar, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope?
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so.
Maybe it's meant to evoke that R beat? I don't know. Hi, Zebra. Thank you for complimenting me.
I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Letus had been shot.
Okay. You saw them rather than heard them? Okay.
Only a glimpse, yet you knew they were bullet holes?
Yes, I recognized them immediately. I have seen bullet holes before, you know.
You have traveled the world as a singer. You must have sung in places far more dangerous than our country.
No, I actually was speaking about America when I said that I had seen bullet holes before. I go wherever my voice is needed. Those places are many these days.
That's really cool. I hope I get to travel like Lamirar someday.
I plan on recording my next album overseas. Their studios have a different sound, you know.
Maybe I should go on a Chords of Steel tour, too. Wait, did he invent Chords of Steel? I thought it was just like a VHS thing he did. Okay. Okay. Regular Zebra, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Studios have 2 sounds, domestic and overseas. Went backstage for a moment. Once it's finished. Ah! I got it.
I've never seen a woman.
Regular, what was that? Oh yeah, that was just regular Zebra's sub. I don't know why the notification came in so late. Couldn't have seen the bullet holes cause they were behind the door. Objection! Lamirar, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put-down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo.
Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah?
Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lamirar, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, it is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes, but they were in the wall the door is on.
Eh?
You see? Assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. That's a really cool cloak. I want a cloak like that.
Lamirar,
Yes.
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Yes, that's how court generally works. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing.
But she knew how Mr. Latus died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamirar.
Very well. Lamirar, please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall. Witness testimony. What I saw, do. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was.
Why didn't you fucking say that to begin with? What the shit?
So you did witness the crime,
There are so many little windows in this game.
and the killer was a grown person, you say?
Ugh, this is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Herr Foreheads.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lamirar. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Hmm?
The killer was a shapeshifter. He was a yokai, I am sure of it. There is something like a little window there.
Okay. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it, but it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Okay. I'm just gonna press everything. It doesn't really seem like any ripe ground for contradiction there. So you were heading toward the dressing room?
Yes.
So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots.
I was on my way back. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
What exactly is something like a little window?
Yes, well, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes.
You need not worry, Lamirar. Your choice of words is impeccable. There is a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail?
That little window on the wall.
I saw the crime from there. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
I think I remember the twist. The twist is coming to my mind now. I think I remember it. Yes, I know. Regular Zebra, we have not gotten to that part yet, but Apollo Justice has it just as Rise from the Ashes had it before it. You're certain you heard 2 shots fired?
Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot, much closer.
And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene. No contradictions so far.
It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. But it wasn't Machi.
It wasn't Machi who shot. Are you sure?
Yes, quite certain.
It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object?
Yeah, Apollo, what were you thinking? Trucy, let's just listen to what Lamarar has to say.
The faint, almost imperceptible sound of a 45.
Can you tell me how you were so sure?
Yes, of course. You see, it was a grown person. I knew it was.
Trucy,
A grown person? That's a little vague.
I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly, you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
It was a man, a young man.
And you're sure of that?
Yes, his voice was quite clear.
Voice?
Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes.
She's blind. That's the twist. She's blind. Machi isn't blind and she is. That's the twist. I'm ready for it. Come on, let's see it.
When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man.
So you heard the voice. But wait, couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche?
Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed.
Gist! I think there's enough evidence at this point to guess it. I didn't remember that being the case. But it seems obvious now that that is the case.
So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Apollo, this is good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light.
Yeah, she heard, ah, fuck my gun hand! Ah, why did I fire that huge gun? God!
It's contradictory. It's pretty good.
All right, let me check the court record, fucker. I think she should have been able to see the crime. I think they want me to say it's contradictory. Though it pains me to say this. There's something about Lamarar's testimony that rings false.
Bravo, Herr Forehead. You're colder than I thought.
I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lamarar has to be lying! I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting.
It is as Herr Forehead says. Yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony.
What next? What's he talking about?
Lamarar, I understand why you'd want to protect Machi. Yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad. And lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about? How come nobody bats an eye when he says stuff like that?
I recall the state of the crime scene quite well.
The state of the room?
Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it.
What? But I'm sure.
Lemmerer, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser.
But she's the only eyewitness we have.
So you say, and the victim named her, the siren, as the witness?
That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche.
We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility. And it brought us to this. Herr Judge,
Yes?
the prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lammeror can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Danke. Now where were we? Ah yes, I would like to hear from Fräulein Detective again.
Wait, let me hear Lammeror's testimony one last time.
The cross-examination is already over, and it's impossible for it to be reopened ever. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance.
At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Herr Forehead?
I hope I didn't just miss my only chance.
Fräulein Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted?
Don't ask me.
I dislike saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you would, Miss Sky.
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Ah, yes, there was only one door in the room. And a witness, you, was standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The thing where she looks over her right shoulder is a gumshoe thing that she does, like how Trucy does a bunch of Maya's animations. I hadn't noticed. That's really cute. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant.
Thank you, Stream Elements, guys. MK says that I should get a new CPU to match my new SSD that I just recently funded for my C drive. So if you like the stream, I hope you'll consider donating, because this stream is the source of literally 100% of my income, and I don't get any money from anywhere else ever.
A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again? Fringus, thank you so much for the $10. Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Latouche's body disappear from the room and end up on that top of that stage tower?
It's the last part of the song, isn't it? Up together to the sky. So it's like in Phoenix Wright 3, when Pearl misinterprets the kanji in her mother's letter to her and does a bunch of insane bullshit, like smearing curry across the portrait of Misty Faye. Machi, like, understood this as instructions and stole Clavir's keys and set his guitar on fire. Holding a guitar, no less.
A perceptive observation, Herr Judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough. You get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Honestly, the judge has been shockingly competent this game.
Very good, Fräulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer?
Witness testimony. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamarar's song. Okay, they fucking did that for me, huh? No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. That's only a 4-step testimony. That's pretty good. Lamarar's song?
Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not?
It's code.
All the events that day followed the lyrics to the song.
Sugar, sugar, sugar. Oh, that night in your embrace. The keys my heart held on to so tight. The lyrics aren't a great match for the melody, but I'm sure they were originally in Japanese.
First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen.
Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latusse's life was taken by a bullet.
The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky.
That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I admit I'd forgotten about the song. I hadn't, but there it is now, waiting for me. The grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs.
Arby, thank you for the $10.
But killing?
It's a wild world out there, Herr Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next. The cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing.
Cross-examination.
No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. Oh, fuck, it's 5 parts, not 4. I'm gonna press on this and the next piece of testimony.
But Mr. Latouche spoke English. He may have come to this country before.
I looked into that, I assure you.
Oh.
It was his first time in the country, it seems. Apparently, he learned English on his own.
Great. You see, no one here had a motive to kill him, and certainly not in such an elaborate fashion.
It does seem difficult to imagine.
Unless our famous prosecutor did it as a publicity stunt.
What did you say?
Your older brother did also commit murder, Clavier, so...
Prosecutor Gavin, you did this to promote your song?
Of course not. And I'm quite dismayed by the ludicrous nature of her claim. Why would I need promotion? Everyone already listens to my music.
They're even in my textbook at school. What?
And I never heard of them. What does that say about me?
I was just kidding. They're getting all worked up, Glimmer Boy. I hate how faggy you are. Also, you're hot.
Yeah, I don't know why the songs would be in Trucy's textbook.
What do you mean by his signature?
Oh, his fingerprints on the vent.
The bullet holes in the wall, of course. They were characteristically fired by a tiny little kid.
The bullet holes?
The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Right, Bram. Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim.
No, you can't be serious.
Machi, he can't see. Oh my god, he's blind too. Yeah, a blind child shot a man twice with a .45. What are we doing here? That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly.
That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
Blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Raise an objection. Sure, there were bullet holes in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see.
Oh, how so?
Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim.
That's certainly possible.
The blind child shooting a .45 revolver using echolocation in a loud room. And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder.
Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. I wanted to raise this point at the beginning of the damn trial.
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? What? That bit about Machi being tiny. And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of, admitting that he did it?
Oh. Does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point.
Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time.
But let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you vote Fräulein Detective... Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. No, Ram, never. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. Then how would he have known about the fucking vent? Can we find... Oh, yeah, actually. So, point of order. Machi is blind, and the lyrics to the song are in English, which he can't speak. Objection! God damn it. Okay. Maybe I'll press that instead, excuse me. Hold it! You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. The blind child who doesn't speak English read the printed words and shot someone with a .45. Huh?
You've merely raised the possibility. Fräulein Detective has made the most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent.
But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place?
A fairly good point. Well, Fräulein Detective, if you would care to explain.
Certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobai, in a language he doesn't speak. He would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? Great fucking question.
You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider what the stepladder was doing there. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, Herr Forehead, out of ammunition, perhaps?
I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. Maybe he's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need. We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Yeah, and Apollo was fucking at the scene of the crime, Zebra. Oh, somebody scrubbed out his last words. They haven't mentioned that at all yet. Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge.
Yes, I know you would, Herr Forehead.
Exactly am I up against here? Prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
This signed document that states, I, Mr. Penis Hair, killed him. We do have a profile for him. I don't know if this is the killer. I literally don't remember who killed Latouche. This is that evidence.
The photograph of the crime scene?
I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face, but this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point.
Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah?
Finger in the breeze?
Very well. Show us what you are talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
Take that! The contradiction is right here. The smeared blood stains?
I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he wrote something. Aha! I get it. Or at least I think I get it.
Get what, Fräulein?
When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I.
No one has anything else to say?
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this? You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... wait.
Once he
They're so stupid.
saw what it was?
But what did you just testify about the shooter? That's right, I do have a subathon coming up this Monday, the 30th of the month. Be there, viewer. I said they were blind. Ack! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Machito Bai, is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible. I love her top knot. Tuft, whale top, whatever that is.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Gavin! Please explain to me what all this means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now...
It seems I owe the court an apology. The Cavanaughs are banned with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently, this caused some confusion of jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner.
I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like, he's so cocksure. Like, he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us.
I've got an idea. Let's walk! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fräulein detective. If I may?
He's so hogsure.
What? Tell me, why do you think that Machito Bai is blind?
Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind.
Of course.
He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamorar lead him around by the hand all the time? No way.
I have a report here on the defendant, Machito Bai. According to this, Machito Bai can see perfectly fair.
What?
His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. Aha, those clever Borginians. We have a word for them in German. I'm not going to tell you what it is. You can see quite well. Objection! What you said? What did I say exactly? Herr Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did that was Fräulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider Machito Cis, and he was the only one who could have fled through the air vent. I see no problems with this.
But what about the bullet holes in the wall?
Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Herr Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the 45 caliber revolver.
Did they do a medical exam on Machi? On his fucking arm? To see if he fired the goddamn revolver?
A simple accident, in other words.
Like, you know that he did not come out of that unscathed. He is a skinny little 14-year-old kid with no experience firing weapons. Could you fucking do a medical exam on him? Hey, Eva. How's it going?
A simple accident, in other words. How sad! I'm afraid your objection has just flown off from brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Herr Forehead.
Yeah!
I know you didn't have fun to talk.
You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize.
Oh, sorry.
That's no way to apologize.
He's angered the Trucy now. Look out.
If we can please end the bickering. Now?
Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me.
But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that. Aha! Aha, what? This blood stain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here.
Really? You can do that?
That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood.
Ah, yes. Have we done these tests yet?
As if I'm gonna tell you.
The blood stains covered the section of the carpet.
It was carpet? I thought it was linoleum. That was supposed to be fucking carpet? What?
In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it in here. Perhaps we, oh my god, should request.
It's the request that's killing me.
It's in court now.
Anyway, go for it, Apollo. I know, right? Iron Maiden Eva, Clavier is pretty hot. I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Bum ba bum 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 ba dum ba dum. Alright, sorry. This song does fucking whip. Oh, right. Ready? It's easy as pie. It is Virtual Boy mode. Just press A to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hand's shaking. Let's do this. What the fuck does that say? 314206? IPYX 314206? It's upside down, isn't it? No, it's not. Is it? It doesn't work either way. His Twitter password. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of, oh, that was, sorry, wrong voice. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206? Is that the killer's name? Yeah, it was a robot.
Maybe it is. If the killer was a robot.
Aha, I have it. I have it.
So what is it?
I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number.
Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency?
Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number?
Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? He's a fucking Interpol agent?
Good show, Fräulein Detective. Rock on.
Eh?
Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand.
Hi.
Darian, you heard what we need. Darian, do you think maybe you should have worn something different for court? I mean, you are a police detective. Presumably you have like an actual police uniform. And you could wear that in court, and then that would lend some credibility to this case, instead of wearing your shark cosplay.
Thank you, I should hydrate.
Go check into this Interpol ID number.
Okay, but like Clavier's outfit is normal for a prosecutor in Ace Attorney. I feel like it's less ridiculous than what Godot wore into court. He just has his shirt open, and instead of a tie, he has a big stupid medallion.
Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No. Give me 27. I always do things in 3 minutes less than they usually take. That's my character trait.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. As if this number is really that of an Interpol agent.
Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobai is really an undercover Interpol agent?
That would be a possibility.
He's 14! What do you mean that would be a possibility? Anime ass plotline.
A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know.
Well, we have some time while we wait Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobai.
What are you talking about?
Fräulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received words that the defendant could in fact see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you.
You had me until that last bit.
Does this not raise a rather straightforward question?
Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see?
Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Herr Forehead? Me? Machi Tobai pretended he was blind. Do you know why?
How could he know? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of this trial. He's been leading us on this whole time.
Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? No, that's the moment I heard that report. I knew why.
I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else.
What does that have to do with anything?
There was a reason why Machi Tobai pretended to be blind. There's dialogue in this game. We may have already passed it, I don't know. Where Clavier says that his band's hit single is only 2.5 minutes long. Which is really, really fucking funny. When I first played this as a kid, I didn't understand why that was funny. But now that I'm an adult and know that that is extremely brief for a piece of music, I agree that it is hilarious. There was a reason that Machi Tobai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now?
It wasn't for himself?
Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
Can I show evidence? No. Can I show a fucking profile? Yes. Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be.
Good show, Herr Forehead. Seems you've thought of something.
Ugh, why can't I figure these things out on my own? I figured it out on my own. I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this.
This is why he was pretending he couldn't see.
Lamirar.
That is Lamirar?
Lamirar and Machito Bai. Recall their relationship, in particular their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country.
Lamirar and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him.
That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go.
All times?
Yet we have just learned something that makes their arrangement peculiar indeed.
Do you guys remember in Arrested Development when Lane Bennis is playing a lawyer? I mean, Julia Louis-Dreyfus is playing a lawyer. She's pretending to be blind and that she has a seeing eye dog, but actually the dog is blind and she could see.
Machi could see! Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time?
I'm pretty sure that's how I figured this out the first time I played this game, was that I remembered Arrested Development.
Well, wasn't it part of their performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Really? Really, it was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamirar.
What's this? So you mean to say that Lamirar is... she's...
Yes, Your Honor. Lamirar is blind. What?
Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. This courtroom is going nuts.
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his fast forehead. But I see it is not fast in vain. This time. It's quite correct.
But that makes no sense!
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something?
Thank you, Stream Elements. Folks, I'm trying to raise money for a brand new CPU. It's been, I think, 2 years since I got my last one. You might not remember the tale where we got a CPU in the mail and MK was like, Tessa, you can install the CPU yourself. Don't worry, it's not a problem. All you have to do is unscrew the cooling fan and then pull out the, what do you call it? Like a cooling element. Heatsink, that's what it is. And then pull out the heatsink, and then there's the CPU, and you flip the switch and you take it out. And I still wasn't confident, so I got my roommate Cassie to help me. We opened up the computer case, we pulled out the cooling fan, and then we tried to pull out the heatsink, and the thermal paste caused the CPU to adhere to the heatsink, and the CPU was torn out, bending a number of the receptive pins on the motherboard. And we needed MK to help with that. Anyway, well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamirar herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this... That was Apollo's voice. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lamirar.
Actually, you know what? No, because the pins are on the CPU, right? That was when we were upgrading something on the board, but we had to take off the heatsink to do it, and the heatsink just ripped out the CPU along with it. Anyway, I'm getting a new CPU.
Lamirar, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf.
Those eyes. She really can't see? Really?
It is true. How funny it is that a tiny light born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you are?
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamirar. Know too that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lamirar.
I see.
May recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial, Herr Forehead.
What's that?
I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses.
Ah.
Now, Lamirar, I must ask you to stand once more.
Kyogi, thank you so much for the $10.
Will you testify to the court about your eyes?
Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. Bum bum. Limerar's eyes.
I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So, silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my planness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would...
She told us the truth in the beginning. Then she said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me.
Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware that this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness.
Okay. There's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. Bum bum.
No memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this.
Everyone on my staff knew but no others? Oh. Right. Because Romaine Latouche was on her staff, but he said she was a witness? I guess is what they're trying to spur me towards here.
When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche?
Of course, he was my manager.
So he knew. That's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is troubling our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes?
Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Yes, can we flash back to this again, please? I believe this is the 4th time I have read these lines today. He's alive! Mr. Latouche, can you hear me?
Cold, so cold. Witness.
You're cold? Don't worry, you're gonna be fine.
Can't see.
Oh, witness can't see. Very good.
Hang in there, Mr. Latouche. Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is silent.
Mr. Latouche told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind.
I don't know.
What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself.
Meaning what?
There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness? Siren? We've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense.
He's acting out his lines every time?
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that.
Before? What came before that? Ah!
That's right. Tried to tell you. When he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Too bad the defense did not. Well, Herr Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. That was a little blindness humor. I think it'd go over very well in this courtroom where we have a blind witness, yes?
Order! Order!
Recall Lemeroy's earlier testimony.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important thing here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her the witness?
But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice.
Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We've already run a simulation, of course.
but it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor,
What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here?
we have the results back from the investigation.
The investigation?
The Interpol numbers that Mr. Latouche left us.
Well, let's hear it.
Sorry, I'm snotty.
We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing.
Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number,
Very good, Remy.
was Romain Latouche.
What?
Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation.
So, when he wrote those letters,
He was trying to tell us his own identity, and a cautious killer tried to wipe them away.
Mr. Latouche was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamarar's manager was just a cover, most likely.
There's one other important detail I found.
Well, out with it.
It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently, it belonged to Romain Latouche.
Yeah, I mean, that made sense. He was a big guy.
He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched.
So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. Here in the United States, where it is famously quite difficult to get heavy munitions. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
No problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Yeah, I thought so.
Hold it. Wait,
Lamarar, is something the matter?
that voice just now.
Darian?
Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him?
You aren't saying...
That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche, when I heard the gunshots fire. It was him. It was Mr. Darian.
Is this some kind of a joke? What? No way!
Look at his stupid hair from the back. It's so long. How tacky. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamirar fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamirar heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no winting out now, Apollo! Totally, RV. Yes, I'm sure the old man wizard is Darian Crescent in an elaborate wizard disguise. Yeah, Ellen, I didn't want to make the joke. Yes, I want to go to the next chapter. July 9th, 2:12 p.m., right? Anything agency. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know. Actually, nothing. I mean, something. Or maybe not. Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer. A lot of shit gives you an ulcer, man. You're extremely stressed. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? Gee. I guess I would, maybe, well, ugh, I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague. Clearly. Get it? Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing.
IPX, let's flash back to it, please.
IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche.
And the victim, Mr. Latouche, would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent. What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now.
Lamirar told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Letus when I heard the gunshot fire. It was him, it was Mr. Darian. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Phoenix is hitting the clubs! Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine.
Fine, right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate.
That's the spirit.
Lamirar dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian.
Lamirar said she's never forgotten a voice, right?
That's right, Gist. Phoenix Wright steps out from a guitar case.
That's so cool.
I guess.
What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called.
Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong, this time.
Wrong? Why?
I mean, look, those gunshots were right during the concert.
That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time.
Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian, even?
You bet I did. He is one of the Governor's guitarists, after all. He's so cool.
Oh, right. All the Governors have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Letus backstage.
But Lamirar heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right?
Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent.
I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway?
Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Do you remember Zenigata from Lupin III? A seminal and famous work of anime in our native Japan?
Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name?
Yeah, anyway, you think he was investigating Lamirar?
What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be.
Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying.
But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces.
If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something.
I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. Thank you, Stream Elements. That's something being our case. Last something, I mean.
Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Letus up to? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks?
Thank you, Stream Elements. Yes, guys, I'm having a subathon on Monday. Please be there. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that.
There he is.
Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammar, yeah!
Hey, the other day. Eee!
Who's there?
We didn't just imagine that, did we?
He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours?
Hardly.
We meet again!
Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that?
It's you, Uncle Volant!
Uncle Volant? He's your uncle? This is Phoenix's brother, Volant.
No, silly. It's the great Grammarier, Volant Grammarier. The Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Volant Grammar, as seen on television.
And could you please stop smirking like that?
It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Volant. You look exactly the same.
I hate to intrude, but...
Yeah, no, I don't know either. This is how I pronounced Grammarier in my head when I played it as a kid, and that's what I'm gonna go with here.
I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit?
I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions.
That stripe on his arm makes it look like he's wearing a tracksuit.
And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls.
He does have a certain aura to him, that's sure. That's for sure, but that's not what I said. I said that it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Vallant's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Dad? You mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. My boyfriend. Trucy's real father? Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammar, yay. Don't look him up if you're avoiding spoilers. Yes, indeed. Oh, fuck. Well, I guess now we do know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Troop Grammary? Okay, Troop Grammary. I'll say it like that. Thanks for the heads up, video game. Thank you for putting it in phonetic spelling for me. Troop Grammary? What? No. But it does sound kind of familiar.
Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. Do not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet.
Valiant what was it? Grammary? Grammary, right? Like a book on grammar, a grammary? Vallant Grammary. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. Exactly, girls. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. You said he is a magician.
I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammary.
Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grammary.
Yes, Zack Grammary. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship.
Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. Daddy? Huh? Oh, no way! I see, Garrulus.
Once upon a time, Troop Grammary included two grand magicians. Myself, Vallant Grammary, and my partner, Zack Grammary.
And this Zack he was my real daddy. Lucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. Ellen, this is where they're revealing that she was adopted. They did not allude to it at any point previously. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Oh, they're so cute together. Glad that I'm good for comic relief at least. Kelsey Grammary. Not that I see Daddy around much these days.
Ah, I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit.
Reasons?
Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Vallant.
I'm sure you are.
Not one for modesty, are you?
When I encountered you at the Colosseum, the first time in 7 years.
Why is he using the weird new spelling of the Colosseum? I hate it. It should be spelled like colossal.
I could fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans, bars. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually.
My other reason for coming here today was this. A fucking videotape, even though this game takes place in like the 2030s or something.
That's a videotape?
Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grammary. Will you watch it? I set his fucking guitar on fire. It was hilarious. My best trick yet.
Your embrace. keys. My heart held on to so tight. Whoop! Pleasure. Sing melody. Hey, what's up? My beautiful girlfriend. We have to sit and watch this anyway, so this is the perfect time
Hi.
for an Amber cameo.
I just came to get a hair tie, but I'm confident to say.
Look at how shitty the CGI is.
Wow, this looks like shit. Why did they switch away from doing the beautiful sprites?
This is the same cutscene with the same models as on the DS. They did a similar thing in
Okay, but still, why did they switch away from doing the beautiful sprites to doing these horrible?
to show off that they can do 3D models
They look
now that they're on the
shitty.
Nintendo
They
DS.
suck. They look awful.
But it would have been so much work to animate this in 2D sprites.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Frankly, get fucked though. This shit sucks.
They did the same thing in Rise from the Ashes, the final case of the first game that they only added for the DS version of that game. It also contains a CGI cutscene. Fucking Clavier with his guitar. Look at that sprite fire on his guitar. Good.
Baby Tess. Yay!
Wow, it's almost as good as when it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious. Oh, I see what she's saying. So, what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Volant Grammary has good reasons to be here today. I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Videotape received from Volant. Oh my god, the music. Is this reused from a previous game? It's so familiar, but I can't tell if it's because I heard it earlier this game or whether it was like Max Galactica's theme in the second game. Check out my attorney's badge, Volant.
What's this? You would ask me for a miracle? Fear, fear? Then thy wish be granted. Thy will be done. Thy evidence evicted into the aether.
Ah, no evicting, please! Are all magicians like this, I wonder? So, I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lamorar vanishing and disappearing? Oh, that. I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded.
A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you're at the concert.
Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air.
So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Is he the fucking murderer?
Of course, I am like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess.
Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now! Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not.
Mais non, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also,
what?
recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well after my illusion entranced the audience.
Oh.
Don't even ask, I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on?
I, Volant Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Volant. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not, I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene.
So, you'll be at the concert venue today?
Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Colosseum. Goodbye. See you later, crocodile.
That's the stupidest thing you could have conceivably said. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get crackin'. Right, Volant Grammary. Had a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamorar disappear, and how he knows Trucy and her real father. Okay, so my guess right now is Lamirar was running back past that mini window when she was backstage during the disappearing act. Like, he made her disappear, she got backstage somehow, she was running around back there to get into her new position. That's when she heard the gunshots. And that's when the murder actually happened. Maybe? Or maybe Darian was unrelatedly shooting the wall just to, like, get some aggression out. And then later, Latus was put there, and it only looked like the gunshots were associated with his killing. I can't present profiles in this one, so I can't talk about Volant Gramarye, a famous magician responsible for the illusion used in the concert. He looks a little older than 44. I'm glad that he's not like 30, but he looks a little older than 44. July 9th, detention center visitors room. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobai can see. Oh, Machi! Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. So, what did you think of the trial today? Whew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? Ooh, my spidey sense is tingling. I'm glad Lamirar testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Governors, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. Come on, my manacle is going off. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. What if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can see, right? What? Huh. Why am I only getting audio through my right audio channel right now? The headphones plugged in correctly. The game is outputting audio in both channels. I can see that in OBS. Oh no! Why the fuck am I not getting audio through my left channel? What the fuck? Alright, hang on. I gotta be very careful with this. I broke one of these once already. I might have to just tank it though. Yeah, I got nothing. That fucking sucks. I could talk to MK about it after stream. So Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamirar can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. yeah, I guess it does. Oh god, sorry. I'm snotty. Please, excuse me. Okay. I don't have any cool evidence. Do you want to look at this videotape? I think he said, "I'm sorry, I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden." This is why I never trust a translator. Alright, nothing new at the Write Anything Agency. Let us visit Sunshine Coliseum. I don't know why it's flickered out. Oh, because it's the outside. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Woo, what a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing. Weather matters for an investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure, let's get started, shall we? Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, "Objection!" Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Nice. What a hideous Coliseum. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge! And Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on this stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. I can't believe it won't let me investigate the guilty as— oh, okay, I can investigate the blimp, though. Look, a blimp! Those balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them. Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50% off. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Look at all these flags from real countries. Look at these young lovers that I'm not allowed to click on. No clues here. Kid playing on the edge of the fountain. Blue badger. What's that creature there? Oh, that's the police mascot, the blue badger. It's life-sized. Haven't you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true blue badger spirit, Apollo. Look, a massive sign for the Guilty as Charged tour. Giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Does he? I don't see a fucking prosecutor Gavin on that. Where the fuck is prosecutor Gavin? I see like a big collar and something that should be a head, but it doesn't look like Gavin. Ooh, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? We couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? You know there's not much money in doing magic, Apollo. Oh man, if you use the cursor, you have to drag around the little hand. It's awful. All right. Backstage hallway. July 9th, backstage hallway.
Mr. Attorney,
Lamarar, I'm sorry about today.
there was nothing you need to apologize for. You are merely defending Machi.
Are you okay? Alone, I mean.
Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. So it does make being a witness rather difficult.
Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking.
I heard your footsteps several times the day before.
Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? Hang on, I'm having a thought. No dice, the plugs on the back of the speaker are secure. Let's chat. That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime.
I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait,
Lamira, is something the matter?
that voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it.
No way!
As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice.
I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something?
The next moment, I heard those gunshots.
Why didn't you call security? She didn't actually say whether they were talking annoyingly.
To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once.
So it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was.
I met Matty before my debut as Le Miroir. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia, and
And he was playing the piano?
Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see?
No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter on sound.
It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes.
We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy.
I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul.
Yeah, man, I mean, probably not.
About Mr. Latouche.
Ah, yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So you had no idea?
Of course not. No one did.
I guess that's what it means to be undercover. Someone was after him. They had to know who he really was.
Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand.
You have no idea?
I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why?
What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded, right.
The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart.
In your heart?
I have no memory of the time before I became Le Miroir. I woke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days.
What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Le Miroir is lost to me.
She's the Dark Urge. But I don't think you...
I can think of no other explanation. Also, I feel the constant call of blood to kill. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me?
Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamirar.
I thank you. Machi too tells me this often when I fear who I might have been.
Cool. Do I have anything sick to show you? I barely have anything new, and also you can't see, so... We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time.
Thank you.
That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off.
Illusion?
When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember?
Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician.
Volant Gramarye. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done?
I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramarye made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know?
I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yes?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Okay. Are the close-ups on the tape because she was wearing that headset before the trick and not wearing it after the trick? No, I can't see it. Okay. Wait, maybe it'll... I mean, I can see whether or not she's wearing it after the trick because he's gonna pull her shawl off. I feel like this skipping forward and back feature is new to this case. It honestly doesn't look like she's wearing it there. Yeah, no, she's not wearing it even before. Okay. It wouldn't really make sense if it suddenly appeared on her after she teleported. And you can't see her ears anyway. Okay. I ran up the wrong. Arby suggests that it might be her brooch that we're supposed to be looking for. I see. Brooch on the chest at the end. No brooch on the chest. Yep, there we go. Okay. Good shit. Thank you, Arby. That's been lying there since the day before yesterday.
Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What? What did you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on the staff wears one during a concert.
I wonder whose this is.
We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you.
So, can I put it on? Headset attached to Trucy. All concert staff wore one. Attached? I got some kind of robot Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. 10-4 that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensics investigations. I think I misread some of that dialogue, misattributed it. Make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Alright, thank you, Apollo. That was very droll. Please exit this screen now. Man, I gotta get a new controller. Jesus Christ. This sucks. Okay, I'm gonna start actually playing this game with mouse and keyboard, I think. This might warrant some further inquiry, even though I'm not gonna know any of the fucking controls. Is there a reason why... Oh my god, what did I just do? No! Okay, you use WASD to scroll through this, which is really, really annoying. Okay. Back. Talk. It doesn't say WASD to scroll through it, though, just... Okay, back. Can I even present you anything? So we talked about the headset. We can discuss it again. Can I ask you about this headset, Lamirar? You said that all concert staff were wearing one.
That's correct. We need them to communicate across such a loud stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members, too, I should think.
So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then?
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 60 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. I'm wondering if she only heard the gunshot through the headset. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here? Okay, no other topics of conversation. You want to talk about your show? We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Okay, we actually already talked to her about this. Right, Gramarye said she can't tell. Let's go somewhere else. I don't know why she's just hanging around out here.
I've never seen a
thank you so
woman.
much for the 19 months. It is the return of the Tessa. July 9th, In the Wings. That song, isn't that the one Lamirar was singing? Yeah, you're right, the guitarist's serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh. That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication.
Hello, it was I playing the piano. Aha, if it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is.
Uncle Valon! What exactly are you doing here?
I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
The Lamirar teleportation illusion. Ew!
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troupe. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody.
You fucking played it from memory? Are you shitting me? That was like composed. You improvised that? Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valon can shed some light on this whole thing for us. Yay! More of this voice, which I love doing. I'm great at old British man voices, what can I say? I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamirar's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream."
Like a dream?
Yet what can I work on with a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the mountain.
People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Grammarly are concerned.
So, you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did! Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me.
It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. Is there something in it? Nope, go back. That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Yeah. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. It was at a different spot in both of those glissandos. It happened at a different note. It should have happened way sooner in the second glissando because it was super close to the high end of the piano. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh, look, this was stuck between the strings. Interesting, that's probably the igniter for Clavir's guitar, huh? It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Switch placed in pocket. Do I have the voice acting tag on the stream? I hella should. I mean, I should have done that for the last two streams. I don't. I have the real lawyer tag on the stream. Let me change that to something useful. Okay. Oh my god, please. Fucking controller. Good god, dude. Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're gonna make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. Real lawyer is a silicone lawyer you can bring to court when you represent yourself. Yes, she is still bad as fuck. Bring it. Bringing my Juliette Michelle real doll to court with me in a suit and saying it's my lawyer. I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Latouche up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. Sounds like it would have been nice if we found nicer if we found a dead body closer to the ground. Though that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too. Ah, no kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. I forgot that Phoenix had a thing about heights. I guess he did. That came up when he went across that rope bridge in the last game. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. We already exchanged all of this dialogue. No.
Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is this stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True, you're getting on in years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh? Jesus Christ, Trucy!
What the fuck? This is not how I was seeing it.
So he doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point. Alright, he doesn't have anything to say about the headpiece. You have anything to say about the videotape? I was wondering about the stun of this video right in the middle of the song. I didn't see it. Oh, okay, this is the same dialogue as before when we were in the office. Okay, cool.
Modern of magic to meet you, prestidigitation. Whatever, goodbye. I have to spin my thing around.
Actually, was there more dialogue there at the end? So jaded.
Or is that what my trick take to the air?
So, can you tell me how you did it? Wow, you can't just ask that sort of thing, Apollo. It's against the rules to ask the magician how they do it. Not when you're doing a murder investigation, it's not. Well, you might have a point there. Will you tell us, Uncle Volant?
It is against all that is sacred to inquire as to how a trick is performed.
Okay, so you tell me how he did it, Trucy. But I don't know. Come on, you're a magician. Aren't you part of the same secret club? You have anything to say about the brooch? You do not. And then I'll try the keys, and then I'll just actually talk to him. It super looks like he's wearing a tracksuit under there.
Ah, yes, my old service revolver.
Pardon me?
I have no money, if that's what you want.
No, I was just, never mind. Wait, he looked at the revolver. What was that? It's almost as if he had seen one before. Maybe he wasn't too happy about it. Damn, dude, okay, I didn't think that was gonna work. Okay. But nothing with the keys. Apparently just. Or Volant thought he was being stuck up with a photo of the revolver. Was there a Vincent in a previous game? Why did I want to call him Vincent? Troop Grammary.
I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grammary, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort?
Actually, yes, you're right, because I already said that to you like 5 minutes ago. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that, and he made a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Grammary. It was he who began the great Troop Grammary. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
20 years ago, just. It's nervous when I point this gun at him. Curious. Yeah, that's some Death Note shit. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV.
Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troop pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble.
We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto flame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammary, but for my partner.
Your partner? You mean?
Yes, Zach Grammary.
This is a real twink death situation, although honestly, if he lost the mustache, I feel like he would still be a twink, or at least to be shonen. Trucy's father.
Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammary in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Volant Grammary.
Volant and Zach.
Our founder, Magnifique Grammary, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go... What happened with the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought.
Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Volant and Zack were the shining stars in the Gramarye crown.
Cool, huh? And Zach Gramarye was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Volant Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Mistress, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up. How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? Holy shit. Volant's voice is fucking my throat up. Hi, Todd. I'm doing pretty well. Jesus. All right. That's all the conversations I can have with him. He didn't want to talk to me about the igniter. He doesn't want to talk to me about the lyrics sheet.
Mistress, you cannot grow up quick enough. Because I want to perform with you, I mean.
Alright. Dressing rooms time. July 9th, Lamirar's dressing room. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstained Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny stuff, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you, I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not gonna find any clues in here. Oh, I did find something strange. Something strange? Thank you, Stream Elements. It's true, folks. MK said I should raise money for a new CPU now that I've upgraded with a new SSD. Which I actually have right here. Check it out. New SSD hype. It's so fucking small. I still expect drives to be like disk drives, to be a big hunky piece of shit that you have to slot in. But look, it's just a little board. So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed it over yesterday. I found it under the sofa. Oh my god, it's a bomb. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a Beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. My computer was old enough that it wouldn't work with it. I've been steadily upgrading my computer since I started streaming. It's a pre-built. It was a pre-built. I first bought my pre-built in 2015, but I am pretty sure that my whole shit has been totally ship of Theseus by now. Like, same file directory, same files, but it's gotta be a different motherboard, I'm pretty sure. I think MK made me replace the motherboard when I had the, like, screen flicker problem that would freeze the stream preview in OBS that I had for, like, half a fucking year. Replace the motherboard, replace the RAM, replace the CPU, replace the GPU. The heat sinks are probably from MK, so new. Replace the drives. An electronic signal, you say? Wait. Huh. I think I am getting volume through the left ear, but it's just really, really soft. Weird. I don't know. I'll have to try a different headset later. The switch sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't. You might blow up the whole Coliseum. Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch triggers a bomb. That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it in our busy times. All right, true CPI, please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room. A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor? Okay. No, they really won't let me press it? I wanted to press it and have the fucking transmitter erupt in flame. Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter. You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Well, let me try pressing this switch. Yeah! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Yeah! Well, now we know what this is, an igniter. It was visibly an igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do, burn me alive? Exactly, just. Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. I think I ship you. Trucy, you can't do that with real people. They're gonna drag your ass. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Remote trigger updated in the court record. Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area, yeah, I've been waiting for this shit. Let's see, 30 feet from Lamerar's dressing room. Oh, fuck. That covers the backstage completely. They talked earlier about the headset having a range of 60 feet. So I'm trying to figure out, like, if Lamerar was wearing a headset, where she could have heard the gunshots from, how far away the gunshots could have been from her, because she thinks she was by the dressing room, and I guess she was by the dressing room, but especially because she said that the sound was faint, it would make sense if it was coming through the headset instead. It also looks like it would cover the stage. That's Emma, just. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Forum diagram added to the court record. Apollo, you fucking found it in the keyboard, you dunce. It was for when a specific note was played, plainly. Was that true, what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to the song lyrics? The guitar's serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. Sugar, sugar, oh, that night in your embrace, etc. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lamerar flew through the air. Yeah, let's run through this all again. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latusse's life, and he went up in the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence, huh? I know, and I found it! You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. The trial today. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. No, you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot the revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamerar's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation.
We're off to look for more clues elsewhere then.
I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck!
I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself.
Igniter added to the core record. We are bringing that shit to volant inmediatamente. Let's go. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, do you happen to know anything about this remote trigger or the lighter?
The switch triggers an igniter.
Too bad. I was hoping it was for a bomb that would blow up the whole Coliseum.
You're scaring me. If Emma hears you talking like that, she'll arrest you.
And then she'll do all sorts of scientific tests on me.
Like splitting your hairdo
into 3 separate spikes. While she stands by, laughing and laughing in her high-pitched voice.
I said she'd arrest you, not me. She's not some kind of mad scientist.
Did you just hear someone laughing? Let's inspect this fucker.
All these little parts, it's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out.
I mean, you saw it come out.
Other than that,
good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says.
Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy.
I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I have heard or felt.
Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. She was still pretending she could see then.
Oh, I see. Anything for the trigger? Nothing. Anything about the forum diagram? Nope. All right. Oh, Grammary.
Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. I don't have any more dialogue, even though this seems like a thing that I specifically would know about.
All right, fuckho. And you don't have any other dialogue? All right, then I guess we're going to the... Whose dressing room did he get shot in? Lamarar's, right? So now we're going to the Governor's dressing room? Right. And there's jack shit in here. What's with the fucking yield sign? Not examinatable. Examinatable? All right. I guess we're going back to see Machi then. We're gonna show him the igniter switch.
What? Come to laugh at the murderer?
Darian.
That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks.
She's 40. Old bag. Also, she's gorgeous. There but for 16 years go you, dog.
They won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he?
Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Just in front of a crowd full of happy people enjoying a day at the park.
Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid!
So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. Watch me stroke my giant hair dick.
That's right.
The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots.
Come on, do the thing. Do your animation.
And found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? The whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamarar's fault.
She was the one who said she heard this voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud?
He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. We're cops. We're supposed to be doing drugs and committing crimes. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board?
Und Sense was that performance just now. What was that all about?
This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much.
Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely.
Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I?
The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it, normally.
Is it Edgeworth's office, but he's redecorated? Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and fuck you.
Hello, Chatter. Yay, he did the thing. He stroked his giant hair dick.
And tell him I went into that crime scene.
We'll be going now.
Hey, wait.
Yes?
What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well,
Great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
let's not talk to him anymore, all right? Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Look at those shitty pillars. Gavin's office! Is it Edgeworth's but redecorated? No! It's all flashy and Art Deco. God fucking damn it. July 9th, Prosecutor Gavin's office. That's a cool synth, though. So, this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing? What is this creepy thing, object, whatever?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like... That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so we won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag.
What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Lotus.
Latouche.
Look, don't talk to me about these Virginians, okay? We all know what we think about the Virginians. Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? I almost said mine office. I guess I could have said mine office. It's times like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh?
Hiya! Tee-hee! Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad.
How could I be? There's not enough tea here in the world, in any case. Have a seat.
Prosecutor Gavin the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo.
So, who have you come to see?
Huh?
Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom?
What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Bam, 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 bam. Dude, check out this igniter we found.
My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic.
The fucking igniter that set your guitar on fire isn't dramatic enough for you, you chode? I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote. Wait!
Excuse me, did you say something?
This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. It's too early to show my hand now.
You would think someone with such a loud voice would speak more clearly, yeah?
Okay. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about dramatic. The igniter seems like the most dramatic thing I could conceivably show him. Look, it's your keys. He doesn't want to talk about his keys. Alright. Let's talk, buddy boy.
Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes! I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, Herr Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Frampus, for some reason, the entire legal system in Phoenix Rightlandia is concealing evidence from the opposing counsel. Oh, is that a Discovery Does Not Exist? Is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. I once saw, it was like a very widely distributed clip of a real lawyer playing through the first game. And he's like, point out the contradiction? Yeah, sure, here. The autopsy record says that death was immediate. He couldn't have done anything. And then Edgeworth is like,
Actually, we have an updated autopsy record.
it's like, what do you mean you did a new autopsy 10 minutes before the trial? You didn't tell me. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know?
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from the trial, my phone's been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life as a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? What did they say? Shouted him apart with his voice. Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless, thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey!
Is that a newspaper?
Is that a newspaper over there, too? Sorry, wrong one.
Ah, yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look.
Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. It also doesn't look like the alphabets of any Northern European countries. I wonder if Northern Europe wasn't where Borginia was in the original Japanese script, if it was somewhere else in the world.
Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. So they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song.
Probably no one in Borginia could believe it. Probably just, yes.
It's probably seen as just a silly at this point. The journalists didn't see the need to mention it.
That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Borginian newspaper added to the court record.
Lemerar's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine.
Hi, Karn. Let me inspect this fucker. Like, what here am I supposed to get? How can I ever use this as evidence? Because obviously the text is gobbledygook, except for Lamorar sightseeing musique. But it has Lamorar and it has Romaine. And it indicates that he was an Interpol agent.
Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping around in front of the Coliseum.
Lemerar was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible.
I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamorar, if I remember correctly.
That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
And that's when you heard Lamerar's voice?
It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy.
Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there, backstage. Machi on pianos, that dulcet voice, and myself on the guitar that I borrowed from Lamorar.
And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like, say, Apollo.
It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there.
You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's only borrowed, not really charred. And it's only browned, not really charred.
No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have.
What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? You think you could show it to us? Your charred, I mean slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Oh no. Does it want me to, so first of all, let me examine stuff. Does it want me to hit the switch in here and catch the guitar on fire a second time? What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused. I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was.
You're looking at my favorite chair right now.
That's a massage chair, isn't it?
That is an ergonomic, state-of-the-art.
I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. They just feel great. Did I say something wrong?
No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. The view is exhilarating, yeah? I sit here gazing down upon the city, writing my songs.
Try working on cases.
It's the same thing. I write lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is a harmony between the logical mind and the primal spirit within.
Is it so hard to admit that you like staring out your window and daydreaming? Look at all the guitars! Why so many?
You can never have too many guitars. They're like my lovers.
I didn't just hear him say that.
I fucked the guitars.
They're backup guitars, Apollo. Did you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking.
Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they're like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the ones he loves?
No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock? There's the guitar. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist examine the guitar incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing.
Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? No, it's a single egg. Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So we put it on the plate for later consumption. You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick.
Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Also, I really shouldn't be offering, should I?
What is that?
This is an egg, obviously.
It looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. We have to flash back every single time.
So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche.
Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche?
Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Ms. Reporter.
To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after.
This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Okay, awesome. New dialogue. Pog. No clues here. Wow, look at that stereo!
To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume, even when I'm working on the case.
That's such a huge speaker, it must be really loud.
This room is completely soundproof, of course.
Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something. Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out? And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training. He does it in the office. Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright, too. This display shows all the evidence for the case. Look, Apollo, he's got 3 televisions.
This is my gun cave, what you think? You don't want to see it after hours, let me tell you. Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details.
Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once? I wish I had 3 TVs. What would you possibly do with 3 television sets? I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know. Hi, Bram. I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once. The first two seem useful, I suppose. All right. Fucking, you know what time it is. Hitting the switch. Fuck. Really? Fuck, is it really not gonna let me hit the switch and blow up his guitar? Because he didn't want to fucking talk to me about it. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to me about it. Fuck. Alright, fine. Lemurar's guitar.
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played laughingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemurard.
What do you mean did they find the gun? The gun has been in the court record forever. How did it end up here?
She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Borginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemurard's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence.
You fucking bitch!
They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. Prosecutor Gavin's guitar added to the court record. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right! What was that all about?
Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole.
Really? I thought the sound hole was something else.
Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
A broken device?
Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. Oh, he's busy with the evidence for the case now, however. So we'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else.
This is related to the case.
Odd, that device looks strangely familiar.
The strange lump.
Yeah, I just got back from my prostate examination. I mean, can you believe it? I'm only 24. Jesus. This was found in Mr. Lutus's bag.
Thank you, Stream Elements. I had to stream late today because I started so fucking early. Or I started so late, rather. I would appreciate any donations you guys can make towards my being able to afford a new CPU. Thank you.
It's apparently a replica of something.
A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long.
They analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it's a replica of.
You mean whatever Mr. Latouche was after? ZJ Mac, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you, ZJ.
That seems to be the most logical explanation.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me, Fräulein.
Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so.
I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia. And apparently there's a block on information somewhere along the chain.
Oh?
There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic.
Well, the real one is presumably not plastic. Thank you again, CJ. I appreciate it. Mr. Latouche went through all that trouble to become Lemurard's manager. Just to come out to this country and find out more about this lump? And he died for it. Replica added to the court record.
I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lemurard. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Borginian.
She could fucking identify it by touch. This song kind of whips ass, if I'm being honest. Sample, huh? Think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yeah, they might think it was an otherwise tasty multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer? Sample toys, when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Fucking cheapskate, hard-ass, fucking piece of shit. There's lightly scorched, and then there's this. It's burned clean through. Yep, it's pretty much a useless piece of junk. It's kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part? The burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? Alright, we talked to you about all this shit. Now we got 2 new things to present you with. It is a digi-egg!
My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. I have to show me something crazy.
Okay. And you're still not interested in the igniter? It has to be one of these. Okay, I had to get him to mention the igniter before I could show it to him. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this.
Why, it looks like the same thing. What is it?
It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lamarar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually.
It's the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about.
Oh.
Thanks for dropping by, Herr Forehead.
Thanks?
Why, you gave me so much information, that igniter, for instance.
Oh, that.
I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help.
Yeah, because fucking discovery doesn't exist.
Or perhaps you're just a tad naive.
I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it to him felt like the right thing. I know, right, Bram? I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Huh? Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. One that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right.
I've been thinking, Herr Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple.
Especially not the one where people are killing to songs lyrics.
That is why I at least try to stay... That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal. To discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all.
He is like one of the friendlier... Oh my god, Gavin's showing midriff. I talked about how they considered having Emma show midriff and cut it. Fucking Gavin's showing midriff. How did I not see that? It's like highlighted by the fact that it's under the text box. Jesus Christ. I can live with that. Yeah, but Gavin is a pretty civil prosecutor for once. Edgeworth is really haughty at the beginning of the first Phoenix Wright game, but you know, he comes to be more cooperative later. Obviously, Manfred von Karma is a psycho. Francisca whips you and the judge in court, which is illegal. Godot is a tremendous asshole to you for no reason. Mr. Prosecutor?
Fräulein?
May I ask you why you sing in a band?
Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the streets.
Fuck yes, dude! Fuck yes!
That's pretty simple too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps.
Alright, thanks, Gavin. Peace. July 9th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Looks like Machi's in questioning. Fuck! I wanted to show him that orb. Huh, the police must have a Borginian interpreter. That's no fair. I wish we could talk to him. I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him. I guess so. Alright, let's try showing the lump to Volant then. Godot is me to Phoenix because he considers gay men to be like women. I understand. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamarar is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a little while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamarar's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, but she could have been fucking kidnapped. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Like, by whoever killed the Interpol agent who's investigating her. Great, thanks. July 9th, backstage hallway. This place is deserted. Wonder where Lamarar went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help worry about her a little. Oh no, July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Oh god. Yipes, it was really dark out there. Dark? That's all Lamarar has when you think about it. would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like, something's changed? Changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? It got a haircut. 20 yards, hello! I missed you at the beginning of stream. Hey, that case! Wasn't that open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look! Where the case closes! Something's sticking out! That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo.
Hello, I was somewhat tired, so I thought I would take a nap in instrument case.
Eek! Laminar! Laminar! Emma! We have to get Emma! Laminar was taken directly to the hospital.
I am tired.
I haven't seen that video in years. Also, I know that it sounds like I'm dating myself by quoting I am tired, but I didn't see it on Newgrounds or whatever. I saw it reposted to Tumblr when I was in high school. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Brucey just clunked my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Oh good, we're at the Hickfield Clinic. Perfect. Emma, how's Laminar? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yeah, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. She's blind, you idiot! How could she? Oh, you dumbass, Trucy! Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that all right? She wants to thank you for saving her life.
Hello, you will notice I do not have any mark on my forehead. Ah, Mr. Attorney, you are the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened?
It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room,
You were hit?
I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me.
No.
It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps, but I reached the stage first.
Why the stage?
I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work.
Ah!
Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass stand near the stage. That is where I hid.
So the assailant couldn't see you?
Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out.
Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Was it the magician? Do you have any idea who it might have been?
Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word.
Too bad.
When I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am.
Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Or they had a long cane just, yes. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Laminar?
The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know.
Hey, Laminar, do you know what this fucking egg is? Laminar, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this fucking egg is?
This is what?
Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after.
He was after?
You know, in his secret identity. As an undercover agent.
So that's what he was doing.
You mean you know what?
Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof.
Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir?
I wonder...
Can I show the guitar to her as well? It is our beat.
I'm sorry, I've not quite recovered from the attack.
I'll just put this piece of evidence away for later.
The Borginian cocoon.
Well, they call it Virginian. It must only be found in Virginia. For certain, all in Virginia know this.
It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it?
I do not know the details, I am sorry to say.
I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these.
There's one fact I do know about the cocoons, though. Something all in Virginia know.
What's that?
The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death.
Death? Why?
I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason.
But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling.
Smuggling? It is a smuggling case.
It seems I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel all around the world.
Ah, so you could have brought these Borginian cocoons with you.
On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion.
And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it.
Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside.
Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which
He could have been Borginian and an Interpol agent.
which means, what, Apollo? There must have been some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latouche had Lamirar marked. It couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to.
Right, Machi.
Thank you for talking to us, Lamirar.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power,
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian.
Paulo? Very good gist.
Would you come with us if you're well enough?
I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you.
Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this.
I didn't get to investigate the nurse to see if she was talking to Dr. Hickfield. July 9th, Detention Center Visitors Room.
Machi, we came to talk to you about the case.
Machi,
Could you interpret for us, Lamirar?
yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. And we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? No, wait, I need it for the translation, literally. I literally cannot interpret for you unless you tell me what kind of secret you mean.
All right. Machi, you were smuggling eggs. You're smuggling Digimon out of the country.
If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you?
Hey, you got a reaction, a big one.
Machi, you didn't.
You were born from this egg, weren't you, Machi? Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about.
Lamirar, please interpret!
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it. Yeah!
He asks you to wait, do not be so hasty.
Machi?
Do you know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it.
Very well.
The cocoon.
What is this cocoon anyway?
The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure.
A cure?
It must cure some disease.
It's a cure of...
Unobtainium moment.
It's a cure for incuritis.
Yeah, incuritis causes your organs to dissolve. A cure for incuritis? Go to fucking hell! Replica updated in the court record. Don't fucking make me read it again. Have you tried 12 cc's of Improvaline? But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing that medicine.
I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi?
Machi, you weren't.
He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler?
Oh, hello. Hello. He won't tell me.
First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Machi really did bring one into the country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? Oh, is it gonna be the fucking Chief Justice's son who has a terminal illness that the judge brought up? I was wondering why the judge brought that up.
I can't go home.
Can't go home?
I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death.
That's right, it's punishable by death.
About the case? What about the case?
Wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death? This meeting's over. I don't know who's speaking. It's me, actually. Wow, I'm really implicating myself here. Darian? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Machi from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Either of you. You've noticed for like 24 hours. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! And there can be only one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry, this is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Yay! Yay! Ba-ba-dum-ba-na-na. Yes. Okay, there we go. I am actually not going to raid out to anybody today because we are right up against Phoenix Wright time because I started streaming so late. Again, apologies. So I will just say thank you to the people who donated. Let me find that. That's very important. Where are you? Okay, ZJ Mac and Kyogi and RB and Kringus and Central Processing Gang and Glimmerous Fop and Maddox Kent. Good number of donors. Thank you guys all so much. You're very helpful. From the bottom of my heart, I thank thee. Yee. Fuck. I fucked it up. Oh no. Oh fuck. I fucked it up. No. Anyway. Importantly, before I say goodnight. Oh, I'm down here now. Before I say goodnight, you guys should know, I am having a subathon Monday. Please look forward to it. Starting Monday morning at 9 a.m. EST. There's an announcement for it on my Discord and on my Twitter and other social media. So please, 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 please. I hope I can see you there. Maybe I should make an Instagram post about it as well and not just post when I go live. It would be really, really great if I could. But until tomorrow,